Nothing's changed much since the 2954. I'd imagine it's still 2976. Like I said, we won't hit 3,000, I don't think. We might. 2976 voters so far. That was like I said earlier, I told you to turn that master down. I want it down all the way right now. I don't want amplification until after. Okay, just keep it all the way down. So as I said earlier, we started the day with 9,657 registered voters. About 65 or 66 have been registered so far. 2,900 and something voters. It's going to be a little while, I think, before they get the results. Just be patient and hang in there.
Still coming in.
The polls were just closed. It's 8 o'clock. Doors are locked. The people that are still in the building will get a chance to vote and put their ballots in. You'll probably see the maintenance crew start to take down some of the polling booths. And we're still at under 3,000, 2970 something, I think. Maybe as many as 3,000 by the time we get done with all the voters. So about 3,000 voters showed up today. And like I said earlier, 9,657 were registered this morning, with about 65 to 70 more registered. So we got more registered voters. About a third of the voters showed up today.
Oh, yeah. It's ambient noise. There's too much background. He doesn't understand the thing he's saying. Yeah, that's the background. But I want to talk. No, we just wanted. How about you?
I'll be in my spot.
All right. We don't have many voters left out there. I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe 5 more voters waiting to come in. 5 more voters will bring the grand total up to 20, exactly 3,000 if we only have 5 voters. So 3,000 voters, 9,567 registered voters this morning, with about 70 new registered voters. So it's still less than a third of the voters. It's going to be right around 3,000 when they're done. And then we just have to wait for them to tabulate the results, and they'll give them to us one at a time. Hang in there. pretty sure the last vote has been cast. I seen the last guy just walk out. You probably seen him too. There's no more voters out here. Let me go see if I can get a final count. No, wait a minute. We got one more. We got one more voter hiding over there behind the booth, and that'll bring the grand total up to 3,001, won't it? The last voter, right? We got one more voter. 3,001 will be the final tally. And again, like I said, we had 9,500 and something registered voters this morning, with another 60 or 70 new voters. 3,001 with the final voter over there in the booth, getting ready to bring the ballot up. You'll see that happen soon. Say something about me right now, Roger. What do you have to say about me?
I said, Jim, you're a thing of beauty. You're my hero. You look awesome. You've been working out. You're ready. You're ready to join the Foreign Legion. You just look awesome.
Well, thank you, Roger. I really appreciate that. I do. I really do. Thank you. You know, if I stand sideways, you can't really see me anymore. Let me show you. See? Look at that, huh? Huh? Break. There we go. That's the final ballots being cast right there for the day. At 8:16, the final votes being cast. They'll start to do their work on tabulating the amount of votes. I can see some people hard at work over there tabulating some write-in ballots. If you see them over there, there's a table started over there where they're going to do their write-ins. They'll start to use these other tables out here that are set up so they can start counting more write-ins as well. Some of them will be here for a while. It could be as much as an hour before we get results. Hopefully not, but we'll see. As I said earlier, they've already started tabulating their ballots. There's a group of people over in the back over there counting ballots as they take the booths down. There'll be other tables set up for counting going on. All right, it's a waiting game now.
You go off there and off. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah.
You said I can't bend over. I said put the door on the floor.
And have a good night. I'll let you know. You got it. You got it. Yeah.
George, prop this door open. Get up. Put that phone right there. Job, Rob. Look at that work on, Paul. Yeah, nothing to do with it. Actually, I know you did. Maybe not. We'll leave it alone. And those poles have to go in that house. Instead of the roof. Not a lot of people. I don't know why. Why do they have to wait?
So, as I said earlier, I think we had more than 3,000 voters. We'll hear the official stuff when it gets done later, but when I was looking, I noticed that there was 3,001 voters on the school side and 6,100 and something on the town side. But in some cases, some people only want to vote on town stuff and not school stuff, and they don't take a school ballot. So my guess is that may have happened. We'll find out later when we get the official results. We're starting to figure it all out, and they're working diligently over here. But I'm hearing it's going to be another 45 minutes, probably at a minimum.
Hopefully it will. Well, I don't know yet. You know why I told you something? Normally old haunted, normally it was like that, the third, hopefully it'll be the third, after that. Third Saturday. You don't want to do it on the third, because one time we did it on the second Saturday. Maybe three to start doing it. So we do it the third. December. So I said, that's what we're on. I don't care what Reagan thinks. Just tell him what to do. I'm thinking it might be there. The third Saturday, the second Saturday, just because of Reagan's not going to do it. I did something.
And as the maintenance crew puts away the rest of the voting booths, the clerks, they diligently start getting the ballots organized for a hand counting of the write-ins. So, and at the same time, they're tabulating all the electronic counts that they have that are over and above the write-ins. So, like I said, we roughly around 3,000 voters. I think on the town side, it looks like there was more like, in my opinion, 3,050, maybe a little more, 3,060. So we'll find out when they give us the official count in a little bit.
He's gonna put a That's all.
On the amendment?
Okay, we're having a couple issues with the cameras, so don't fret. They're still counting, but we're working on the cameras, so don't be alarmed if it disappears for a second. taken me a lot of years to learn this, but patience is a virtue. Everybody's doing their job, counting ballots over here. You can see them. We swapped cameras. It's still going to be a little ways out. They're still tabulating. Patience is a virtue. Again, roughly 3,000 voters on the school side. Probably a tiny bit more on the town side. That means some people didn't vote on the school ballots, I think. We'll find out more about that after. We got 9,560 or so registered voters with 70 new registered voters or so today. We'll find out those numbers later. With a little more than 3,000, so still less than a third. I'm pretty sure that the first count we're going to see is going to be the school side. School side only had one ballot with minimal warrant articles with not a lot of write-ins. Most of these people out here counting ballots right now are all working on town ballots, where the write-ins were and different things that would cause the machine not to like the ballot. So It's pretty obvious that I think the school will be done very shortly here, and then it'll be a little bit longer to wait for the town side. Okay, Rob. Mr. Rob Hardy, you're welcome. We have selectmen over there, Jay Croto and Jason Croto and Jay Bergeron. Oh, Kevin Cody just hit the floor. Heather Corbett, counting ballots. Over here, we have Melissa Burnett, Regina Malloy, Jen, and, Lori, Lauren. I don't know. Lori and Lauren. I think. I don't know. And then Jim Hogan, town moderator. We got people counting ballots back here. We got Dave Cronin, Cam Lodge. I don't know if you know him. He park and rec dude. And over here we have Danielle Pilato and the school district moderator, Doug Vincent, working on their tabulations. Like I said, there isn't many. You don't need as many people to finish that one up, so that'll be coming right directly, I think, for those that are waiting on the school results. Town results will be a little longer. These tables are busy out here. So I've just been informed by the school district moderator that they are getting close, but they do have some hand counts to do, some ballots that got rejected because they weren't right. So he's got the box right there, and him and the school district secretary there, Daniel Pilato, are getting ready to have those counted, probably at that table over there. So those will be the first ballots we'll get results from. Hang in there. You hang in there too.
okay over here. You want to hear it? You'll listen, you'll probably hear me because you know I'm back there.
Say hi.
Hi, Mom. I know you're on vacation. Just wanted to hope you have a good time. Love you.
You'll get a text in about 3 minutes. You didn't mention any names, which is a good thing.
So it's looking like the school district is pretty close to finishing up their ballots over there. hopefully we'll be able to get some results out of them shortly here. So while we're waiting, because we've been waiting for a while, I did talk to Doug Vincent, the school district moderator, regarding the account 3001. I guess on the side of the ballot box, there's a place where people can put a ballot in without it getting counted. It's a hand slot. So I guess there's some ballots in there that didn't get counted by the machine that they're counting now. So there'll be a better total when we finally get the tally. Doug tells me they're pretty much almost done counting the hand ballots. They still got to print the tape out from the machine. So we're still 5 or 10 minutes away, minimum, for the school ballot to be counted. This is the town hall group right here, very diligent. Regina Malloy. And the select board group. And some more clerks down there. And it's getting kind of boring. I'm glad you're all still here with me. I don't know how many are.
Just go to my car, coming back.
Once you leave, you can't come back in.
Don't listen to him. Okay.
You better listen to me. All right. I'm gonna do an ear care until they close.
the school district moderator and the school district clerk over there getting ready to tabulate the results out of the machine. So they're doing their thing. So this school's district results should be shortly here. So I'm getting tired. Shortly, here it comes. I got the mic on, so watch what you say. All right, how much volume can you get out of that right now? Check, check one, check, 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 check. See how much high, yeah. All right, turn it down just a little bit. That's probably gonna be good there. Leave it there for now. Check 1, 2. Everybody will be. Please don't blame me if it's taking so long. Sorry to keep you up so late, people. Thanks for the message. Hi, Doug and Suzanne. Hi, Mike. I feel like I'm on Romper Room or something like that. Do I see Robbie out there, and Mike, and Casey, and Colin, and Suzanne? And all right, I'll stop. Romper Room. You ever seen Romper Room? I think we're getting really close here, folks. I have said that already once? I think I said it a couple times. I see the two moderators over there diligently writing something down, so hopefully those are good numbers for us for find out in a minute. You're gonna try to turn that up, John? You wanna you're gonna adjust the bass and the treble a little bit? Check 1 2 1 2 1 2. It's awful, he says. He's fixing it. He's a sound guy. I just don't want it to cause feedback. The master is on the right over there, the bottom one. Doing a sound check. Ooh, ooh. All right, I'm gonna go back over here. So, this is where they're gonna be. So it sounds pretty good there, John. Good job. Sound good to everybody? Put the mic up to my mouth. Is that better, John? How we doing, people? All right. Mic off. What do you want me to sing?
Michael Bublé.
No. The one thing I do know that I like to sing when I tested my mic, 1 2 3 4.
Billy Joel.
Huh? We don't know, somewhere around there. Really looks like they're getting close, folks. I know I've said that before. Drop. Hold the mic. I'm gonna make sure I get a good shot.
Just where you wanted to be, right?
Yep.
Make sure you put close to us.
Exactly.
Step back a little bit. Close to us now.
How about now? Test, test. Okay, I'm going to announce the school district results. Closer. All right. For school board members, Garrett Abear, 1,415. Rebecca Cummings, 1,381. John Russell, 1,070. Greg St. Jean, 1,190. And Timothy Truttle, 264. And there were 12 write-ins, all individuals. For school district moderator, Doug Vincent, 2,179 and 14 write-ins. And for article number 1, the operating budget, yes was 1,454 and no was 1,548. And for Article 2, the collective bargaining agreement for PEA, yes was 2,102 and no was 910. And that's what I have.
All right, that's it for the schools. Next will be the town. We just got to wait a little longer. If anybody wants me to repeat the school results, I have them on a sheet. I'm going to go ahead and repeat them, that way you all know. Let me put my glasses on. The numbers I have for school board, Garrett Bear, 1,415. Rebecca Cummins, 1,381. John Russell, 1,070. Greg St. Jean, 1,190. Timothy Treadle, 264. And the write-ins were 12, and they were all individual. So based on these numbers here, it looks like Garrett Bear garnered the most votes, and Rebecca Cummings came in second. Those were the two winners. School district moderator is Doug Vincent, 2,179. There were 14 write-ins. It didn't mean anything. And the budget article number 1, operating budget, was 1,454 to 1,598. Well, the budget failed. And the Article 2, the last article for the school side, is Pelham Education Association collective bargaining agreement. There was yes 2,102 and no 910. That one passed. So looks like everybody supports the teachers. So a little bit longer here, we should have the town results. most of the hand counting has been done. And they're just tabulating the totals over here, so hopefully the town will be ready here soon. Hopefully, good news. Lose a phone, turn it up a little more. Anybody lose a phone? We got a phone right here with a couple of kids on it. All right, we'll show the kids and maybe somebody.
No, we're not gonna show the kid.
All right. So if somebody lost a phone that's at home and left it here when they voted or something, we do have a phone. We don't know whose it is. So Phil thinks it's his. We found the owner of the phone. Everybody relax.
Can I see your ID, please? I thought it was your IQ.
Turn it up, yeah, check, check, that's good. You ready, Jim?
I am ready,
Let's
sir.
just do it from right here, that way we can get a little lot. You got that up? Turn it up as good, yeah, there you go. All right, we're ready for the town results. Everybody ready with their papers? Can hear okay? All right, Jim?
You can come around this side of you. Thank you all for your patience. It took us a little bit to process as we had over 1,000 write-ins tonight on the town side, which is highly unusual. So that was a bit of a delay, and obviously we had a full house of voters right up until about 20 after 8. So we started the day today with 9,567 names on the checklist. We had 66 same-day registrations, bringing the total eligible voters to 9,633. We had 3,065 votes cast, which would bring us to a 32% turnout. Starting with the Board of Selectmen, Kimberly Abear, 2,347. There were miscellaneous write-ins that would not affect the total. For the town moderator, James Hogan, 2,361, again with a small number of write-ins that will not affect the total. For Budget Committee, Mr. Haberlin, 1,108. Lisa Brown, 1,293. For Budget Committee, Jazz Morjani, 9,900, let's start that again, 995 votes. Debbie Ryan, 2,019 votes. Nikki Trottel, 766 votes. Brett Gagnon, 1,739 votes. And there were 822 write-ins. Of that 822, Michael Carter received 797 of those votes. For Cemetery Trustee, David Provincial, 2,302 votes. For Library Trustee, Carol Beeland, 2,385 votes. For Planning Board, Danielle Massey Quinn, 2,075 votes. Kevin Cody, 1,792 votes. Michael Sherman, 99 votes. Supervisor of the checklist, Alexandria Hogan, 2,253 votes. For Trustee of the Trust Funds, Ed Gleason, 2,298 votes. Moving on to the warrant articles. Article 2, yes, 2,129 votes, no, 812 votes. Article 3, 1,847 yes, 1,119 no. Article 4, yes, 2,505, no, 449. Article 5, yes, 2,121, no, 801. Article 6, yes, 1,356, no, 1,510. Article 7, yes, 2,605, no, 334. Article 8, yes, 2,192, no, 737. Article 9, yes,
2,491. No, 425. Article 10, yes, 2,122. No, 687. Article 11, yes, 1,062. No, 1,752. Article 12, yes, 1,451. No, 1,434. Article 13, yes, 1,436. No, 1,494. Article 14, yes, 2,081. No, 901. Any questions or anybody need me to repeat anything? Seeing no questions, thank you all for this evening, all your efforts. Thank you all to the crew, the cable crew, all the folks that assisted with the election, both on the town and the school side. Much appreciated to keep democracy at work here in Pelham. Thank you all and good night.
Good night. All right.
Employees. It's a competitive field out there, and these are excellent employees, the highway department, transfer, town hall, the library. So I think it's a fair deal, it's affordable, and I would encourage everybody to vote yes for this.
Anyone else from the board or the budget committee wishing to speak to Article 5 before we open it up? Anyone wishing to speak on Article 5? Seeing no one, we will move to Article 6. Shall the town vote to raise and appropriate as an operating budget, not including appropriations by special warrant articles and other appropriations voted separately, the amounts set forth on the budget, posted on the warrant, or as amended by vote of the first session, for the purposes set forth herein, totaling $21,681,997. Should this article be defeated, the default budget shall be $21,523,493, which is the same as last year, with certain adjustments required by previous action of the town or by law, or the governing body may hold one special meeting in accordance with RSA 40:13, Roman numeral 10 and 16, to take up the issue of a revised operating budget only. This article is recommended by the Board of Selectmen, 5-0, recommended by the Budget Committee, 9-0. A majority vote is required. The individual line items are listed in the following page and a quarter. I'll now ask the Finance Director to speak to this article.
Certainly. So I want to talk a little bit about the process for this year's budget cycle. Joe and I work with departments from the ground up, building the budget according to what we believe level of services that the town needs, and really reflecting what it costs to operate the town. That budget was presented to the Board of Selectmen. The Board of Selectmen took opportunities to further reduce that budget and take advantage of some grant funding. The Board of Selectmen actually reduced the operating budget request from departments by $647,000. Much of that was funded by grants, but some of it was just deferred to a future year. Because when we looked at the total cost of all of the articles, financially related, we knew the tax rate would just be a little bit too much for this community to absorb. So we did our best to balance services and taxation. And then further down the process, the Budget Committee also took a closer look, the official Budget Committee, and they made reductions amounting to, $321,550. I've calculated the estimated tax rate based on the current proposed budget, how it would impact an average house of about $500,000, and that would be a 0.69% increase, or about $19 for the year. And we're just talking about the town portion of the tax rate, because that's what we're talking about this evening. So I just wanted to explain all that, and I also probably should mention the default budget. The default budget includes some contractual items like collective bargaining agreement or debt that was voted on the ballot in prior years, also anything required by law, but things like contracts the board may have to engage in throughout the year. Maybe a trash contract comes up in the middle of the year and that price is increased, and we can't have trash in the street, so we sign the contract and that price goes up. Any increases that are engaged in the current year that would carry forward to the next year is not part of that default budget. So I just wanted to clarify that the default budget doesn't include everything contractual. I have nothing more to add. I don't know if Meg would like to add something.
Thank you, Tammy. Just thank you to all the members who served on the committee this season, and Secretary Deb Ryan for sitting in because the vice chair was unable to make it tonight. And thank you to the Board of Selectmen and Jim Greenwood and his team, and the Town Administrator Joe Rourke and Finance Director Tammy Penny for the many meetings they attended this year to get this budget all set. The Budget Committee went back and forth on the budget recommendations, and the final budget warrant article vote was approved 9-0-0 by the committee. And the difference between the Budget Committee recommended budget and the BOS budget, again, was $321,550. A few things that the Board of Selectmen did to keep the budget low this year, just to point out, was to use American Rescue Plan Act funds for some of the larger projects in town that we didn't have to see hit the budget. And those included a sidewalk project of $247,000, $92,850 for police expansion remodel, and $274,709 on the police animal control shelter, which, if anybody remembers, that's been a very long time in coming and had been on the CIP for many, many years. So I'm happy to see that being taken care of. Another thing the BOS took out of the budget through highway block fund grants was a highway department dump truck for $186,563. Also, another item was $26,008 for the electronic access for the police department and fire department that were nearing end of life. So those were all taken out of the budget through other funds. For the difference that you'll see from the Selectmen approved budget and the BudCom approved budget, I'll just share with you where those cuts came. There were $3,000 taken out from the assessor's budget. There was $41,659 taken out of cemetery. There was a large item left in cemetery for $44,260, which was a columbarium to get that project taken care of. That's for the groundwork and site work there. Conservation, there was a cut of $300 to keep it level funded. Fire department cut of $78,976. There was a decrease from one paramedic training, from 2 was asked and then 1 for the schooling, as the last information was that there was only 1 candidate interested at that time, and a $10,000 decrease in overtime. Highway maintenance was decreased because the actual price of salt came in during the budget process, so that was decreased by $19,300. Insurance was a decrease of $21,558. There was also an increase later on in insurance, but there was an ask for a full-time employee at the cemetery that was not passed through. Library had a $5,000 decrease. Parks and Rec, due to a retirement and change in staff, was a decrease of $13,500. Planning Department was a decrease of $38,000. That has to do with a best management practice at the Veterans Memorial Park structure. That was a EPA mandate by federal law. If that project's not done, that was for $38,000. If it's not done, we could face fines. Retirement was a decrease of $4,713. Senior Center, due to a change in staff, was a decrease of $10,000. Technology was a decrease of $60,840, and that was a request for a new website that just didn't go through this year, and the maintenance for that. Town buildings, there was a decrease of $73,829, and that was for carpet in the police station, a new AC in the training room at the police station, and electronic gates of the highway department. And those were the cuts from the budget committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone from the board wish to speak to the budget? Mrs. Corbett.
I would just like to point out very quickly, as Mrs. Brissette pointed out, that deduction of $38,000 for that federally mandated EPA project. A federal mandate is what it is. It doesn't matter what your politics are or whether or not you agree with it. A mandate is a mandate. And now we have repeatedly flouted it publicly and televised. And if this community is willing to roll those dice, it is what it is, but I think it would behoove us to really reconsider that particular budget cut.
Anyone else from the board wishing to speak to the budget? Okay, we'll open it up to the floor. Anyone wishing to speak to the budget? I think Mrs. Hebert first. I see you're up first.
Thank you. Kimberly Hebert, 39 Parkside Drive, Pelham, New Hampshire. Mr. Moderator, I stand before you this evening to make a motion. My motion is to reinstate $68,976 to the Pelham Fire Department, mainly allocated for paramedic school training, which was removed by the Budget Committee. Mr. Moderator, if I know that paramedic school is a crucial investment as firefighters undergo rigorous training to become proficient emergency medical professionals and become a certified EMT, paramedic level training is the service level the community has chosen for our ambulance service to allow for immediate medical interventions and Pelham resilience. Trained firefighters equipped with advanced pre-hospital care capabilities ensure swift responses to emergencies here in Pelham. The presence of paramedic-trained firefighters allows for crucial medical interventions, particularly in situations where time is of the essence, and to ensure public safety for a population that is now nearly 15,000 people in Pelham. And Mr. Moderator, if I know currently Pelham has only 4 paramedics, like all other public safety agencies, we are competing for talented individuals to fill the positions of firefighters paramedic. Should we lose one of our existing firefighter paramedics for any reason, we put an undue burden on the remaining paramedics and risk losing the ability to maintain our current level of service. And if I know that 2 weeks ago, Windham Fire Department had to respond to a medical call on my street, highlighting the importance of bolstering our medical capabilities. If we face the unfortunate scenario of one Pelham Fire Department member being out sick, or worse yet, a paramedic leaving employment, we rely on mutual aid, leaving crucial delays in minutes that matter. And if I know Pelham Fire Department responds to 1,600 emergencies annually, 68% of those being medical emergencies. And lastly, Mr. Moderator, if I know that we have 2 dedicated firemen in Pelham eager to attend paramedic school, and considering our proximity to the Massachusetts border, where we compete against better dollars and better benefits and a retention issue in New Hampshire, but especially in Pelham, it's imperative that we equip Pelham's first responders with the necessary skills to act swiftly and effectively. I ask this body to reinstate the budget by $65,000. Sorry, $68,976. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Do you have your motion in writing?
Yes, sir.
Okay, if you could just bring that forward, just so that we have that. So we have the motion would be to reinstate. Thank you. The motion on the floor is to reinstate the amount of $68,976 to the fire department budget. Is there any discussion on that motion? I heard a second out there. Mr. Scanzani?
We should be discussing warrant articles, and you already have an idea over here to increase one budget by $38,000 for a mandate. You have that motion, and you haven't discussed the main budget, and I have some other things that I would like to say we should add. Specifically, adding additional money to the fire department for another reason, which was done after the budget process was done. Pennachuck is increasing their water rates this year by over 20%. The hydrant fees are in the fire department budget, who has to pay the hydrants. So I don't know how much that's going to cost, but the fact of the matter is that money is not in the budget right now, because that was done long after the budget process that the selectmen and the budget committee did. So there should be additional money put in there in addition to what Kim just did for that, because you're not going to have enough money to do it otherwise.
So are you proposing an additional amendment to the amendment, or are you wishing to do that at a later time?
I'm suggesting that there may be some other voters in the hall that may want to add a discussion to this warrant article, and at the end, we can take all of the increases that people may want or decreases they may want, come up with another number than the number that's here.
Okay, any other discussion on the amendment for the $68,976 to be added to the fire department? So we have a motion and a second regarding the addition of $68,976 to the fire department budget. All those in favor of that amendment? Those opposed? Okay, could we use the hand cards, please? All those in favor, raise the hand card. Those opposed? The motion passes. The amendment passes. Any further discussion on the budget? Yes, sir.
I'm trying to find it.
Yes, maybe I said something wrong.
John Barrett, Albert Street. I just have a question on the insurance. The departments and the selectmen agreed on a number which was then raised by the budget committee. I'm wondering why.
Tammy, would you like to address that?
I can take that, because the budget was built based on estimate. I trended back and saw that Pelham hadn't seen increases more than 5.5%. That's what I used for a placeholder early in the budget process when we were discussing and presenting to the Board of Selectmen. Then we found out later through our insurance carrier, Health Trust, they're a nonprofit entity, that the rates actually went up 10.5%. They went up for all their membership. In fact, it went up 12.5% on average. Some communities saw as much as 18 or 25%. And the reason they were cited was because they have something called an adequacy fund where they have to carry forward and make sure they have enough in that to try to keep rates flat. But they're also required to return some of that monies when they have too much in the fund. And while they return monies in 20 and 21, when people weren't going to maybe selective or just afraid to, not wanting to go to the doctors during the COVID times. And now what's happened is a buildup of critical care that's increasing insurance costs.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, comments, or discussion on the budget, Article 6?
Good evening. Elizabeth Jusome, Pelham, New Hampshire. We all know that forestry issues are a hot topic in town. All the meetings are hotly discussed. And I would like to propose a motion to have the cable TV budget increased in the amount of $2,900 to allow for each monthly forestry meeting to be audio videotaped.
So you're looking to propose an amendment to the cable department budget, and the amount was?
$2,900, or the total of the annual cost in previous years to have it audio taped. I believe it was $2,800 to $2,900. Jim Greenwood would know.
So I guess we'll go with the 2,900. Is that was your original number? So we have a motion on the floor to increase the cable department budget by the sum of $2,900. And is that specifically for to televise the forestry committee meetings?
Correct. It used to be
Okay.
televised, and now it's not televised, and it would allow for the public to stay at home and watch the meetings.
Okay.
Or review meetings, previous meetings.
Do we have a second on that motion? I see a second on that motion. Any discussion on the amendment of adding $2,900 to the cable department budget for purposes of televising the forestry meetings? Mr. Line?
Question, aren't we doing that now? We're talking about what we're doing? Or does this suffice, if you will?
I think they were being televised, is that correct? And now they are no longer being televised?
Yes, previously they were televised, and at present they're not.
Okay. Does that address your question, Mr. Line? Any other questions, comments, or discussions on the amendment of the $2,900? Those in favor of adding the $2,900, if you could signify that by raising your voter card. Those opposed to the addition of the $2,900, if you could raise your voter cards. Okay, the motion passes.
Thank you.
Moving on to any further discussion on Article 6.
Excuse me. Sorry, I got here a little late. Did I miss the part where you were cutting some things in the budget?
Well, there was a presentation on the budget, a lengthy presentation on the budget.
But you haven't got to the part where you're cutting things out, right?
Well, I think they get the...
It seems like every time we come to a meeting, we're talking about raising the money, right? It's on TV, the inflation, one thing after the other. We're paying and paying and paying, and you people just keep going. Just a little bit, $29, God bless the $2,900, $60,000 here. Jackson, don't you guys get tired of it? Aren't you embarrassed to come in here all the time asking for more money? Why don't we cut a couple of things? Jesus, thank you. Jesus Christ.
Any further questions, comments, or discussions on Article 6? Yes, ma'am.
Yvonne Lagarde, Dutton Road. I'm here representing the Council on Aging, and I want to commend the Board of Selectmen and the Budget Committee for the challenges of creating a budget that does not cut essential services. There are cuts, I recognize, but services are generally maintained, and keeping our tax rate at a reasonable level, not increasing it significantly. So I just wanted to recognize that the Council on Aging appreciates the effort to go to maintain essential services while not raising our taxes excessively. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions, comments, or discussions on Article 6? I see a hand over there, Mr. Hennessy, it looks like.
Dave Hennessy, 71 Dutton Road. I want to go back to that $38,000 that was cut for the Veterans Park. That is our only town beach, first of all. I'm surprised that they chose that area, but the reason for that is that we share that lake with two other towns, Massachusetts towns, that have been involved with the MS4 for, 3 years now. They're way ahead of us. I think it's a bad bet that we aren't going to be called on the carpet by the feds, because those two towns have been committed to cleaning that lake now under federal mandate for 3-4 years. And if I were in those towns, I'd be really perturbed that the third town, the one that has the public camp on that lake, has chosen to ignore the federal mandate, and I think we're going to be on the hook. I'd like that to be reconsidered. I really think that $38,000 is out of our hands. It's a good thing to do, and I think we're facing a penalty if it's not put back in. Thank you.
Any further questions, comments, or discussions? Yes.
Hi, Roger Coyote, Talent Road. Just a couple questions about, first, the cemetery. Department request was $81,000, and then the selected, but the approved budget was $281 and $240, respectively. And same thing with debt service proposal. They were asking for $63, and the approved was $363 on both sides. Is that just a typo on the department request?
Can I see what you're looking at?
So is Tammy going to take that question?
Looks like that must be a typo. Yeah, that's definitely a typo.
On both lines?
The 363 was definitely a typo.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's absolutely a typo. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Can I just make one point?
Yes.
Yep.
Meg?
Oh.
Same thing with the cemetery, right? Sorry. Both the cemetery and the default, the debt service principal look like there might be typos.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes, thank you, sir, for pointing that out. This was changed recently. And
So if that's the case, then we would need a friendly amendment to correct the, no?
No, he was talking about the department request. So the
Oh,
department
okay.
request is not part of the operating budget article, only
Okay.
the final number.
Okay.
I was providing those numbers for illustrative purposes, and they actually don't get on the ballot.
Okay. Any other questions, Mr. Hennessy?
Sorry about that. I forgot to make the motion after getting up and speaking. I would like to make a motion that $38,000 be put back into the planning board, the planning department's budget to fund the federal mandate on that lake. Simple. Sorry about that.
So you're looking to add $38,000 back to the planning department budget?
To meet the federal mandate.
To meet the federal mandate?
For the lake. Long Pond.
I think the same thing on debt principal, they just dropped the 3 and 2.
All right. Do we have a second on Mr.? I hear a second. Anyone wishing to discuss the amendment, proposed amendment of $38,000 being added to the planning department budget? Yes, we see some hands over here.
Where's that guy sitting now?
Good evening, everyone. My name is Paul Grant. Blue Jay Lane here in Pelham. I'm a member of the Budget Committee, and I was one of the original people that requested to cut this $38,000 from the budget. Reason being is when we did ask the planning, I'll turn this around to face the townspeople because you're the ones who are voting on this. When we did ask to get more information about this, again, what was presented was not exactly what we got back with questions. For example, there was a citation that we'd be fined $100-something thousand for failing to do this. Upon further research, we found out that over $100,000 fine was for a town in Massachusetts that was caught intentionally dumping toxic waste into a body of water. We also asked the question, you can't differentiate between stormwater and rainwater. So you think to yourself, if we build a project in the vicinity of Veterans Park that mitigates some portion of runoff from those buildings in the park there, what are you doing about the rainwater? Nothing. You can't do anything about the rainwater. I know the comment was made about other towns in the area, what they're doing that also abut the water. We had asked, and I stand to be corrected by anyone else in the committee who recalls, but we were not told what Drake or other municipalities who abut the water are doing. It was just something that was suggested that we should do to take the lead. Another point is that if you look at the criterion for this type of project, there is no demonstrable requirement to have an effect. You are literally told to pay this money to make an effort, and you get credit for making an effort. Now, if you want to keep adding money to the budget, like you said, sir, so be it. But understand, we're paying money for something that does not even have to have a successful outcome. You just get credit for doing it. To me, that's not worth our time. All this stuff adds up. So I ask you all to consider that, because yes, we keep saying it's just this, it's just that, we can roll the dice, but we keep adding these things back in the budget. They don't have any mandate for success.
Anyone else wishing to be heard on the amendment? Yes, sir.
No, Mr. Hogan, right here.
Hi, my name's Megan O'Dwyer. I live on 35 Valley Hill Road. I spent the last 5 or so years being an environmental scientist and environmental planner, specifically related to stormwater compliance. And to rebut your point, rainwater is stormwater. This project is designed to reduce the flow of phosphorus getting into the lake, which can increase the rate of harmful algal blooms, which can damage the ecosystem. So aside from that it would be beneficial to the lake's health, I think that because it's a federal requirement, that this is something that people should 100% consider. The EPA will bring the hammer down if they catch wind that this requirement isn't fulfilled. So, and again, to speak to Heather's point, this meeting is recorded, so we are aware of the project. You know, everybody knows that the project is here, and this is all like the evidence that the EPA would need in order to show that it's not something we pursued. For a phosphorus impaired community, it is a requirement by the EPA. So again, something to consider. I would definitely vote in favor of this project.
Thank you, and I think next.
Garrett Abear, Evergreen Ave. When we were on the budget, I was part of that conservative majority that took this out of the budget a few months ago. What we were told by the planning board is, again, there was no demonstrative way that we could or could not be fined by the EPA. The way I understood it at the time was we could still be fined by the EPA even after we paid this $38,000. So there was no, hey, if you pay this $38,000, you will be fined or won't be fined, or if you don't, one way or the other, you still may be fined, was the way I understood it. So that's why we cut it out of the budget.
Mrs. Brissett.
Meg Brissett, Longview Circle. Respectfully to my fellow members, that was not my understanding, that if we did this project, that we could still be fined. This would be fulfilling the project. Also, with the information that was forwarded to the members, the examples given, they don't know, there was no fine point examples of how much we could possibly be fined if we do not do the project. The examples that were given to us were ones that Dina could find that were, one was a large project in Massachusetts. I believe that was maybe in the millions. And then there was another one for a smaller amount, but still, I think it was for $12,000, another fine. But there's also, it wouldn't just be a project being done, there would be tests being done to show how much phosphorus would be taken out of the pond by putting in this watershed, water garden, I'll call it, to collect the rainwater coming down, the runoff coming down from when you park at the Veterans Park down to the beach. Some of that would get the contaminants into the area that would be held, and then they would test that water to see how much phosphorus. They were estimating about, I think, 5 pounds over the year, but they would have to be testing it to show that it is working and that we have done this project. And just as I'm scrolling right here, the MS4 permit. Kingston Borough was fined $12,000 and made to create and execute the program. The larger one was in Revere, and they were fined $130,000, and their cost to come in compliance was approximately $75 million. Much bigger project than what we're talking about here. But just to say, we did have this information before us at Budget Committee. Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak to the amendment? Yes, sir.
Good evening, Al Stewart, 6 Vista Drive, also associated with the Conservation Committee. One of the things that we're doing here tonight, and I'll talk this way so I can get into the speaker, is that the neighboring ponds, and I've been working very closely with Little Island Pond to do a watershed study over the next few years. Right now, the contaminants, the weeds, the growth, the change in the ponds, especially in Little Island Pond as well as Long Pond, as well as Gumpus Pond, have tremendously impacted the quality of the swimming, the recreation, and the buildings and the enjoyment of the water itself over the last few years. Most of that is attributed to phosphorus, whether it be from rainwater runoff, whether it be from septic storage, whether it be from fertilizer. So to do this experiment for the EPA and to test our ability to capture that, because it's not diluted, it's on the soil, it's in the soil, and it runs with the water. So groundwater runoff is the main source for the contaminant of phosphorus getting into the water in these ponds. It would be a great advantage to have that statistical information so that we could have some idea of how we could reduce the growth of weeds, the growth of invasive species in the pond, and reestablish an improved quality level to the open water within Pelham. So $38,000 may be the right number. It may be able to be adjusted if we work together between forestry, between conservation, and between all of the groups here. But to do the test, to make this open space and to get the data would be important, because the pond associations are working on this diligently, and they're investing hundreds of thousands of dollars going forward. Thank you.
Anyone else wishing? Sir, over here.
Problem here is larger.
Could you state your name and your address?
John Barrett, Albert Street, as before.
Thank you.
The problem here is larger than has been discussed. We're getting a bunch of requirements from the federal government which is not competent to set the kind of levels that they're setting. The studies have been shown and ignored by people in the federal government. Anytime a volcano blows up, major volcano eruption, it puts more stuff in the air than we put in the last 50 years. They are not competent, and they've shown they're not competent. They're just showing their power over these doors. We have got to learn to start pushing back at those people. And one of the places to do it is with these arbitrary requirements that they set forth. I don't think we should do it.
Anyone else wishing to speak on the amendments on Article 6? Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for your hard work. My name is Julia Steed Mawson, from 17 South Shore Drive in Pelham. I am a biologist and retired extension educator emeritus, and I've spent my career working in the field of environmental education with a strong emphasis on stream and lake ecology. Long Pond has been struggling for many years trying to mitigate the effects of the growth of milfoil, an invasive species, as well as the growth of cyanobacteria blooms. Both of these situations have been mentioned before, and they are indeed exacerbated by issues relative to nutrient loading. Nutrient loading comes from the sediments, phosphorus, nitrogen, as has been mentioned, from all of the activities that happen in the watershed that is above the lake. And so anytime we do have rain events, and we know that more rain events are happening in our northeast, and so therefore we know that Pelham is being impacted by more rain events and stronger rain events than we've had in the past. So all of these things contribute to a situation where the nutrients that are above are being moved down below. The retention structure that is being proposed would be one method to help mitigate those materials from being brought down into the lake. And when you think about the impacts of cyanobacteria on a lake system like Long Pond, as has been noted, it does indeed impact the people around it. And there are some very severe health impacts, which is why it is noted and warned that people not swim or boat when cyanobacteria blooms occur. Those cyanobacteria blooms contain neurotoxins, and that's why it's very important that people, animals, small children are not exposed to that when a cyanobacteria bloom occurs. We know that the town beach is very much used on that lake, and it's also the site for the summer camps that are using that beach. And therefore, whenever a cyanobacteria bloom occurs, all of that activity must be stopped. So it impacts the recreational uses, the educational uses that the camp programs provide. It is important, therefore, that we need to do all we can to try to mitigate the impacts of having those events being brought down into the lake and causing these blooms. And that, of course, has an impact financially and can have a larger impact financially over time. The cyanobacteria blooms in Long Pond have occurred for several years, and each year they are getting longer and longer. And so these impacts are extremely important that we do everything we can to try to mitigate these effects. So thank you very much for your time. I know that you're all busy tonight. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to be heard on the amendment? Mr. Cody.
There's a lot of things that, Kevin Cody, 9 Debbie Drive. There's a lot of things that are being said tonight, but there's one main thing that hasn't been mentioned, and it's the actual requirement from the EPA. I definitely don't support the project. However, I support fulfilling what the EPA is requesting us to do, all right? And what they're requiring us to do is this type of project on a public body of water. We don't have access on any of the other bodies of water. So there's reasons why this project was put here and designed this way, and it was designed to be as cheap as possible, all right? It might not make sense, all right, that we're doing this project where it is. I mean, I don't know how much phosphorus is actually coming in from that side of the lake. I mean, there's no fertilizing going on. It's a small portion. You know, if you look at the runoff, there's a hill right there, so there's not really much runoff that can go down because all the cars are going to be way back there. If you look at the whole site, but the point of the matter is that the EPA requires us to do certain things, and it's the way that we have to do this, and what the EPA is asking us to do is why this project has been proposed there. Is it a waste of money? I don't think so. We're doing our part to fulfill our requirement by the EPA, and it's a small chunk of change when you look at the totality of what they're asking, all right? I don't know what Drake and Tingsboro are doing. There's a lot of other things that are going on with this project that might not make sense to you, but what makes sense is that there's requirements that the EPA has us to do in regards to the MS4. So this project, for its price, is a small price to pay going forward.
Anyone else wishing to speak to the amendment? Mr. Bergeron.
Just to clarify kind of what Kevin was saying, originally this price was $100,000, and we got lowered down to $38,000. So just so you guys know that.
Any further discussion before we vote on this amendment? Would all those in favor of adding $38,000 to the Planning Department budget to fund the Long Pond water issue signify that by raising their voter cards? With those opposed? The motion passes. We have a motion to restrict reconsideration. A second. All those in favor of restricting reconsideration of Articles 5 and 6?
Aye.
Any opposed? Moving on to Article 7. Shall the town vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $345,000 for repair, maintenance, purchase of equipment, and upgrading of town roads to be offset by anticipated highway block grant funds?
Excuse me. I'm sorry. The final amount for the...
Would you like to know the final amount for the operating budget article?
That would probably, yes, that would be a...
That final operating budget amount with those three amendments is $21,791,873. The estimated impact on a $500,000 home is just under $39 over last year.
Thank you. The special article will be a non-lapsing appropriation per RSA 32:7, Roman numeral 4. No money to be raised by taxation. Recommended by the Selectmen, 5-0. Recommended by the Budget Committee, 10-0, and a majority vote is required. Anyone from the board wish to speak to Article 7 or the Budget Committee? Seeing none, anyone wishing to speak to Article 7? Seeing no hands, we'll move to Article 8. Shall the town vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $3,460,000 to construct two roundabouts at the intersections of Sherburne Road and Mammoth Road and Marsh Road? Said appropriation will be offset by a Congestion Mitigation Air Quality Program, CMAQ, grant in the amount of $2,680,000, and also to be offset with exaction fees on deposit of $110,000, and to authorize the Selectmen to expend the remainder of $670,000 from the unassigned fund balance. No money is to be raised by taxation. This special article will be a non-lapsing appropriation per RSA 32:7, Roman numeral 4. This is recommended by the Board of Selectmen on a 5-0 vote, recommended by the Budget Committee on a 10-0 vote. A majority vote is required. Anyone from the board wish to speak to Article 8? Ms. Corbett.
So just to remind people, back in 2018, these two rotaries went through all the appropriate planning stages, and I think looking down this board, Kevin, were you there at the time?
The year after.
Okay, so, oh, sure, I'm sorry. So this was a discussion that the town had back in 2018. Is that better? Excellent. So these rotaries were both planned on, voted. We went through all the official procedures back in 2018, and since then, we've just been waiting. It's been a pandemic. We're on our second. We have a new planning director, but nothing has changed. There will be no tax impact with this. We're just basically asking the town to let us use the money that we've already set aside and continue that funding to when the project actually begins, which theoretically could be soon. Soon.
Mr. Cody.
Just to add to Ms. Corbett, I believe if you go back to the original warrant article, it gave a 6-year time frame for this money. For whatever reason, they thought that government's going to move faster than 6 years. Doesn't happen that way. So basically, we're just making this, giving us some room so the state can finish their work and that we can get these projects underway. So
I'd like to add one thing, if I may. There is no tax impact, but if this gets voted down, we will have to return $103,000 in grant money and eat the administrative costs that have been incurred so far.
Excellent point.
Anyone else from the board wish to speak to Article 8?
One more thing, it would also be the end of the project, so it would just, next. True.
Okay, we'll open it up for discussion on Article 8. Anyone wish to speak to Article 8? Seeing no hands, we'll move to Article 9. Okay, we have a motion to restrict reconsideration on Articles 7 and 8. We have a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Article 9, to see if the town will vote to adopt the Pelham Community Power Electric Aggregation Plan, which authorizes the Board of Selectmen to develop and implement Pelham Community Power as described therein pursuant to RSA 53-E:7. The program would provide a new default electric supply and new supply options for customers in Pelham. There is no cost to the town budget and no obligation to participate. Customers can opt out at any time and return to utility default service. This is recommended by the Board of Selectmen 5-0, and a majority vote is required. Anyone from the board wish to speak to Article 9? Ms. Corbett?
Take this one as well. We have had a very dedicated committee of people working very hard on this project, and basically what they're looking to do is lower individuals' electric bills, as those prices have been growing astronomically as the years have gone by. So basically what they're looking to do is be able to leverage our position as a town to negotiate for better rates through the electric companies. In the event that this program moving forward does not produce better rates and it costs, less or the same to stay with the status quo, then that is what we will continue doing. We do have a couple of people far more qualified to speak to this than I am that can give more information on the efforts that have been put in or the specifics of what is going to hopefully happen. But I just want to make sure that everyone understands that if we can't get a better rate, we're sticking with what we have.
Anyone else from the board wish to speak to Article 9? We'll open it up for discussion on Article 9. Seeing no hands, we'll move on to Article number 10. Shall the town completely discontinue as an open highway under RSA 231:43 the following highway: the portion of Class 6 road approximately 1 mile between the gate located at the northernmost end of St. Margaret's Drive until the gate at the westernmost end of Robinson's Lane. This continuance will take effect June 1st, 2024. This is recommended by the Selectmen 5-0. A majority vote is required. Anyone from the board wish to speak to Article 10? Mr. Cody?
Just briefly with this article, this road, it's a Class 6 public road. It actually goes through the entire, not the entire property, but it goes through where the gun club is. So on both sides, it's the gun club property. The conundrum is that you can't lock gates on a Class 6 road, but you also don't want people driving through a gun range. So this is just one of those things that we're just going to discontinue the road. That way they can keep the gates locked and it all works out, hopefully in the end.
Anyone else from the board wishing to speak to Article 10? Open it for discussion on Article 10. Seeing no hands, we'll move to Article 11. Article 11 is a citizen's petition. Shall we delegate the duties and responsibilities of the cemetery trustees to the Board of Selectmen? A majority vote in the affirmative shall delegate these duties to be effective 90 days after adoption and shall continue until rescinded by vote of the town meeting. Anyone from the board wish to speak to Article 11?
Very quickly.
Ms. Corbett?
I am not looking to speak to this. However, I do have a letter that has been sent to me, and it was requested that I read it into the record. But again, it is important to note that in no way, shape, or form does this represent approval, tacit or otherwise, of this citizen's petition. And the letter reads, from Joanne Susi of 8 Pine Ridge Road. As a vigilant taxpayer, it is crucial to be aware of actions that may compromise the integrity of our public offices. It is difficult to be willing to report events knowing that silence in the face of misconduct is not an option. The current trustees seem to be resistant to communication, non-adherent to standard operating procedure, and potentially in non-compliance with NH Statute RSA 91A. The actions of our cemetery trustees run counter to the oath and are not what was promised to the community. It is my belief that the current cemetery Board of Trustees will continue down this path, which will only lead to more problems for the town. In light of these issues and others not explicitly outlined here, I would strongly recommend supporting the petition warrant article to delegate the duties and responsibilities of the cemetery trustees to the Board of Selectmen as permitted by RSA 289:6, Roman numeral 2-A, parenthetical A. So if this measure is approved, it would take effect 90 days after the March vote. But again, to reiterate, this letter does not represent the opinions of the selectmen, as we do not chime in on citizens' petition articles.
Anyone else wishing to speak to Article 11? Yes, ma'am.
Good evening. I'm Lisa Wood, Colonial Drive, Pelham. I'm also the secretary for the cemetery department, and I'm also the chair of the cemetery board. I would like to respectfully ask Pelham residents to not support this. I'm really not sure of the purpose of this. The cemetery trustees have been in effect for over 125 years, working for the betterment of the town, and they've done well with the cemetery department. We operate 6 cemeteries in this town, and I feel the residents that signed this petition have been misled after speaking to several of these people. Therefore, voting on this, I would like to invite anyone, if they would like to stop by the cemetery, with any concerns they might have, discussions, I'd be willing to speak with anybody, but I'd like to ask people not to support this petition. Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak to Article 11? Seeing no hands, we'll move to Article 12. This is a citizen's petition. Also, are you in favor of repealing the Article 19 voted on at the March 2022 town meeting to reclassify Tower Hill Road, which is an unpaved Class 6 highway, to a Class A trail beginning 2,400 feet from Gumpus Hill Road to the Hudson Town line in accordance with RSA 231A. A Class A trail is a full public right-of-way subject to public trail use with restrictions imposed by the Board of Selectmen. If repealed, Tower Hill Road beginning 2,400 feet from Gumpus Hill Road to the Hudson Town line would be reclassified back to a Class 6 highway, which is a public roadway that the town has no obligation to maintain. Anyone wishing to be heard on Article 12? Yes, sir.
My name is Rick Galupo, 15 Aspen Drive in Pelham. It was reported today that a 63-year-old man was operating his all-terrain vehicle and in the town of Hudson, and he ran into a log, fell off the vehicle, and was crushed and killed. This is just anecdotal information. What I wanted to say is that the vote in March of 2022 had over 1,100 residents of Pelham vote for this warrant article, and about 2/3 of them voted to change the Class 6 highways to Class A trails. This was due to the safety, security, and viability of these conservation areas, and especially the trail system that are used as a result. And this safety and security part includes having locked security gates to assure this safety, such that what has happened in the past of having loud parties in the middle of the night, alcohol-induced, at least one occasion where they dragged in old vehicle, set it on fire, and such as that. I don't know why this didn't cause forest fire in the conservation area. I know that a couple years ago there was target practice going on, and it resulted in a fire that destroyed 30 acres of the Cutler Spalding Conservation Area. So I want to bring that to your attention. So not only the safety and security of the trails, but also the use of them, and the abutting neighbors don't want to put up with such late night shenanigans in the areas that are supposed to be only occupied probably between dawn and dusk. I know too that in the past selectmen have weighed in on these citizens petition articles. Back in 2022, there was a petition article that sought to create a committee to explore the possibility of using off-road vehicles in town parcels. And in 2023, the selectmen voted not to recommend using paper ballots instead of electronic ballots. So this, I feel, is a very important issue with the trail system, the conservation areas, security, viability, that I would encourage the selectmen to weigh in with a 5-0 non-recommendation to reverse Articles 19 and 20 that were overwhelmingly voted upon by the citizens of Pelham. Thank you very much.
Anyone else wishing to be heard? Mr. Scanzani. Then Mr. Scanzani, then Mr. Slattery.
Bill Scanzani, Victoria Circle. For many years back in the 80s and 90s, when I was on the planning board, we did a great job in Pelham creating trails all through the town. I can't answer for today, but up till about 10 years ago, we had more miles of trail in Pelham than you do roads. I don't know what the percentage is today, but we still have an awful lot of trails in Pelham. And at one point, you could actually go from here all the way to Canada. Kind of lost them someplace up in Derry. Fact of the matter was, back in the 80s, trails were just that, trails. The only people that were on it were the snowmobile club and walkers, things like that. Now, people have all these bikes and OCVs and everything else that they're riding, which is dangerous for the hikers or anybody that wants to ski or snowshoe and things like that. So I think the selectmen have tried to put together a committee to kind of look at which trails you want to allow certain things to happen on. But my recommendation is we do not want to, like the last gentleman just said, we don't want to start changing what the voters approved back then, because they knew what we were trying to do to protect those trails in Pelham. And as someone who helped to create some of that stuff, I really would like to see those trails maintained for the residents of Pelham to safely navigate those trails and not turn them back into Class 6 roads. Thank you.
Mr. Slattery would be next.
Charlie Slattery, 19 Aspen Drive. My comments pertain to both this warrant and the next one. We have a Conservation Commission and we have a Forestry Committee whose job it is to take these lands and protect them and maintain them in the pristine condition they are. Any vote to change that, turn it back into, and let me point out that both of those commissions and committees have made it clear that the number one detriment to these lands is vehicular traffic, specifically off-road vehicles. That causes the most destruction in these areas. As is said, in 2022, the selectmen support, the town supported the position of the Forestry Committee and the Conservation Commission to keep these vehicles out of those areas. I think it would be, and I know you do not want, the selectmen do not want to come out and support or vote no or not recommend public warrant articles. However, you do have an obligation to the town when you know that your committees, when you know the action is wrong, to stand up and speak out. Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to be heard on Article 12? Yes, ma'am.
My name is Kay Sieverding. I live at 31 Majestic Avenue. When I was younger, I owned snowmobiles, and I had a fun time riding. But one time, I went flying off about 20 feet, and I was wearing an expensive helmet, but it ends right here. The only reason that I didn't end up paralyzed is because there was 10 feet of snow where I landed. But there's no 10 feet of snow around here. And today I looked up in some different areas of Colorado, places that I knew, like Kremling, which is, on the Continental Divide, gets a ton of snow. Silverthorne has a ton of tourists and, a lot of skiing. Moffett is like a sort of a place that has a lot of ranching, a lot of people, using snowmobiles to haul feed and break out the ice that on the animal watering areas. And I couldn't find one where they allowed snowmobilers and cross-country skiers and general recreational uses on the same place at the same time. They're all separate. And if that's how they do it in Colorado, I think that's how we should do it here. It's just not safe to have people with snowmobiles zipping next to people that are cross-country skiing. There's other places for them to do it.
Anyone else wishing to speak to Article 12? I think we have one, then you'll be next, sir.
Hi, Steve Carson, 25 Aspen Drive. I'm going to make a couple comments that apply to both citizen petition Articles 12 and 13. I'm opposed to passage of both these articles that seek to repeal the warrants 19 and 20, which Pelham voters overwhelmingly approved just 2 years ago. The goal, as stated by the selectmen in the 2022 Voters Guide, the explanation was to protect our conservation trails, eliminate vehicle traffic, and preserve these areas. Well, I'm pleased to say that passage in 2022 has worked, from my perspective. With the installation of the lock gates, vehicle traffic has been eliminated. The trails have remained in great shape and enjoyable and walkable by all. And more than ever, individuals and family members are enjoying these walking trails. Trail walkers and hikers are not encountering torn up trail areas as was the case previously. So it's working. Why go backwards? That's why I oppose the approval of those two petitions. Thank you.
Continuing on with Article 12, sir.
I can hand them. Thanks.
My name is John Picard. I live at 46 South Shore Drive in Pelham. I'm here to vote, ask people to vote in favor of repealing both warrant articles. So a yes vote on Articles 12 and 13 that initially declassified these roads. I have to be honest, I don't have a lot of sympathy for people who are shown a couple pictures of ruts in the woods, who were then solicited to complain to the Board of Selectmen by demanding an almost complete shutdown of this whole area, especially when they themselves have never lifted a finger to maintain anything back there. The people of Pelham did not spend all this money to protect these areas to simply allow one group of people with a personal agenda to take them over and throw everyone else out. That land has already been protected. We don't need to keep protecting the same land over and over again by constantly adding more restrictions. Just seeing that these places are not full of housing developments should be a moment of joy for all of us. The decision to close these roads was so rushed that no one ever thought to consider the actual ramifications of what this meant to the people of Pelham, who have enjoyed these areas for decades and have especially lost the property rights that the direct abutters did not ask for. These two previous warrant articles are unenforceable as written and how they were executed. The board now cares more about a flawed and illegal vote over the repeated requests to fix these by myself and several direct abutters who lost their rights. This shows that the town has lost its way. You guys have the power to remove these locks immediately. You also have the power to tell these people when they are wrong. No one is aggrieved by you doing this. They may be annoyed, but that's okay. Just like people who move next to a gun range and complain about the shooting, or people who move next to a farm and complain about the smell. Moving near a Class 6 road, town road, means that you don't live on a dead-end street, and oh my God, people may drive past your house. We are not all criminals out there. Please stop treating us like we are. I have requested and read all the police reports in that area for the last 5 years. Shall we go through those claims made by the people up there? Those stories get more elaborate every time they are told. Unfortunately, the facts don't add up to the claims. Everyone keeps telling me that the town lands are not hiking only. The parking area kiosks confirm that, and I know what's allowed on the Class 6 roads and Class 8 trails. But actions speak louder than words. We have created a forest network of trails and roads that is now under a militant lockdown, the likes I've never seen before in the state of New Hampshire. You have had both current and past members of forestry and conservation who have illegally denied public access to these areas for years with absolutely no consequences. Now you want to put the direct abutters and people like myself under the threats of fines for enjoying Mother Nature the way we have always been legally able to do so out there for years. I have read the forestry management plans. Nothing in those plans is talking about taking the Class 6 roads and turning them into hiking trails. It actually says the opposite. It talks about improving some of those sections to aid in getting into those areas to build parking areas for people's enjoyment. We cannot make up our own rules in Pelham, especially when not supported by the RSAs, and lock gates are definitely not supported and are in violation of full public right-of-way standards. I shouldn't have to sit here and repeatedly explain to public and town officials what emergency services response times are and how critical that is when we don't put intentional blockades in our trail system. The police need open access to patrol these areas, and that is something that will not be done if they quickly can't get back there. I don't ever want to come before this board again to say I told you so when another serious issue happens back there. I am again asking the people of Pelham to vote yes for petition warrant articles 12 and 13. We need to fix this injustice. Thank you for your time. I have 3 quotes. It's all about abutters' rights, public access, and emergency access. And I've got some pictures that I don't know if they can be put up. Anybody can come and look at these, but I'll hand them to the board first.
We don't need those, thank you.
Anybody wants to see these, what it takes to get back there?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Kathleen Cormier, 41 Spalding Hill Road. We live at the end of Spalding Hill Road, and before the pandemic, the conservation land next to us was enjoyed by many, as we feel it should be. They were responsible people who cared about it. The use was normal, and for the most part, not destructive to the terrain. Most were locals or lived nearby, but the pandemic did change the use of that drastically. Previously to the gate being installed, there was non-stop weekend travel of pickup trucks, Jeeps, SUVs going down these unpaved roads, and the walking paths too. We walk these woods 3 to 5 times a week all year round, and before the gate was installed, we run into vehicles on the paths. The signs that you put up were ignored, and previous town attempts at rope gates were routinely torn down. And we've had many occasions. The police weren't called, so it wasn't on the record, but we've had many. Excuse me. One woman was hiking through the woods, came to our house. Her husband was stuck in between 2 trees. The truck was stuck in between 2 trees. Other people, they had to have a bobcat come out and take their vehicle out of the road. It took all day to get that out. That road still has significant ruts in it from 2 years ago. And here's the thing, we don't want to stop the people of Pelham from using that, but we live on the road. The majority of the vehicles were from out of state. One stopped us with questions, drove up from Rhode Island. Some of the people were respectful, asking us about the trails. Some were speeding down a road, most were, leaving trash, beer cans, everything in there. If you search the internet for off-road trails in Pelham, several sites has our address on it. There are comments on these sites that mention official signs, but they give advice to just ignore them. Another comment said they were upset because someone, the town, had removed big boulders from the road, and they were going to move them back because it was no longer fun. As people have mentioned, we did need emergency vehicles out there from a fire. We hear heavy firearm shooting 2, 3, 4 in the morning, coming from the woods. These aren't hunters. We have friends that hunt out there. So this is very disconcerting to us. We wish there didn't have to be a gate put up there. So unfortunately, some people ruined it for everyone. So we're in favor of keeping the gate up there because we're not just dead-end people that care that people are going down by our road. We like the people that care about the land. We don't like the people that are abusing it. Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak to Article 12? Mr. Montclo. You'll be next, sir. Mr. Montplo first, you can come right up, you can go next. Yeah, no, Mr. Montplo, you can go now, you were first, then the gentleman behind you will be,
Okay.
he'll be in the on-deck circle.
Yeah. My name is Roger Montplo. I'm from Spalding Hill Road, 44, the last house on the road. All my property abuts the gate that was put in there and approved by the voters of Pelham last year. And I will concur with Mrs. Cormier about the disrespectful use of the lands up there over the last 4 or 5 years, prior to the COVID and then accelerating past that to the time that they closed the roads. She mentioned the fire up there. There was so much damage to the roads that the fire apparatus couldn't get down there. 30 acres of prime conservation land burned and damaged all the biomass down there, all the habitat for wildlife, bird life, reptiles and amphibians. When I say reptiles and amphibians, you say to yourself, well, but streams of young men on four-wheel drive dressed in camo outfits going down into that area, and I could hear them from my house. You could hear the as they're going through the mud puddles down there, which is what they thought was mud puddles. But they're really vernal pools where life begins, where the food chain starts, where the eco-balance comes in, ripping up that area down there like you can't believe. All those protected areas that for years were used for people's enjoyment. I had my land available. We have been there for 55 years and saw respectful use of that whole area when it was a Class 6 road. People would go down, they would enjoy it, they would go hiking. Boy Scouts used to come up and camp out. My parents, Eleanor Burton made her land available. We made our land available for people to hunt, snowshoe, cross-country ski, mountain bike, whatever they wanted to do, or just take a nature walk. When this all started, we got droves of people coming in Friday nights, Saturday nights, Sunday nights, 4 o'clock in the morning. You could hear them shooting down there. Sounded like automatic weapons. I'm familiar with, rifles and handguns and that kind of thing. I'm familiar with the sounds. They were definitely automatic weapons. Called the police a number of times. What police officer wants to walk down there at 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning with people shooting? Nobody, and I don't blame them, okay? But the disrespectful use of those lands and those properties continued on until those gates were put in. At that point, the Forestry Commission went down and tried to repair some of the roads. The fire damage is starting to regenerate, and all we're going to do is reverse this process. As Mrs. Cormier said, our addresses are in a Facebook page for the Jeep group. The Jeep Renegades come down just like a parade on the weekends. And what they do, they come out, they're covered with mud from the top. The kids come out of there, the young men with their camo outfits, they're covered with mud. They're just destroying this property. They're not respectful. If they were respectful, it would be like it was when we first got there through all those years. But now, it's a destruction just for the sake of destruction, just for the imagery of what's going on, what they see on TV and all these, four-wheel drive deals. Anyway, what I'm trying to say is that the reversal of this would be a tragedy for that property and for the wildlife. and for the eco-balance, the biomass that's down there that's well-balanced, that has been driven out of those areas because of this excessive use of four-wheel drive, trucks, people shooting, beer cans at all hours of the night. It's not good. This is not a good use of town land. And I'm totally against it. And my neighbors, I have two letters from my neighbors that couldn't make it here tonight who are direct abutters that are totally against it, as Mrs. Cormier and her husband are. And we're all at the very end. Our lands abut the gate and all around and beyond the gates, okay? So I own land going down the Class A walking path. And I'd like to see that land stay the way it is and not be destroyed. And that's what I have to say. I'm going to give you these two letters so you can keep them and look at them. That's it.
All right. Sir?
James Fisher, CV Road. I'll make copies. I'd just like to say I have lived out there for almost 64 years, and what Mr. Momblow is saying is not true. I have never heard any fully automatic weapons out there at any point, anytime. Trust, the definition, firm belief in the integrity, ability, the character of a person or thing. I look at all of you here tonight. Can I trust you to make decisions that help better the community, keep the town running smoothly, and take care of the citizens? Can I trust you all? Can I trust you to do all of those things and more? I would hope so. After all, isn't that why you sought out these positions? When a current member of a selectman-appointed forestry and past members of selectman-appointed forestry decided that for the best interest of the town, they would try to reclassify two Class 6 roads, Tower Hill and Spalding Hill Road, to Class 8 trails. At the beginning of this endeavor, the fall of 2021, one particular current member of forestry sought out all of the abutters that would be in favor of reclassification. Needless to say, I was not included. When I finally found out what was going on, late January 2022, I asked for a meeting with the current member of forestry and the past town administrator. I asked the current member of forestry why I was not included in the preliminary talks. The answer, I could not find your phone number. Really? I find that very unprofessional. Should I trust this person? Looking back, I should not have trusted either of them, but I did. And here we are, almost 2 years later. And why are we here? Because myself, my family, and a few other landowners that own land abutting these roads were lied to and treated with the utmost of disrespect. Promised that we could still access our property from all access points and that we could be given the law codes and still utilize the roads. Not only was I told right after the vote passed and after the gates were installed that I had no need for the gate codes because the gate was on the property line. According to RSA 231-A, landowners must have access to their property from all access points. I have been denied this. It's been almost 2 years. And to this very moment in time, no town official has reached out to me and several other abutters with the codes to these gates. Now I ask you, if the shoe was on the other foot, would you accept all this? I am not willing to put up with lock gates any further. Where I currently live, I have been a town resident for 63 years. I have used these roads, respected these roads, maintained these roads, looked out for these roads, and what do I get in return? The utmost of disrespect. Trust? Remember, these town-owned properties purchased with your tax dollars are for all activities, and the Class 6 roads that run through them should remain Class 6 roads, not hiking-only trails. I would ask all of you to think about what I have brought forth tonight. Would you put up with this? A small handful of current and past selectmen-appointed forestry officials have to understand that their job is to listen and try to act in somewhat of a professional manner and not to forward their own agenda, walking-only trails. If I was told the truth right from the start, I would never have agreed to this. And if I had not agreed to it, it would not have happened. I ask the people of Pelham to please vote yes on the warrant articles 12 and 13, restore property rights. And in closing, I would like to say that we are all blessed to live in New Hampshire, a live free or die state. Thank you all for your time regarding this matter.
Anyone else wishing to be heard on Article 12? Sir.
My name is Steve Stephen Withrow. I live at 23 South Shore Drive. I'm a retired police officer from the city of Lynn, Massachusetts. I've made my home up here in Pelham, been coming here for 25 years. My wife's family's been here for almost 100. I'd like to address you on a public safety point of this. I got together with John Picard after I attended the January 2nd meeting, and I heard a lot of the residents and the abutters come up and make complaints about gunfire, automatic weapons, fires, campfires. And I said to John, I said, well, there's one way that we can show what the complaints are. We'll pull the records from the police and fire department. And we made a request for 5 years of records for 20 different streets that abut your trails in Pelham. And of those 20 streets that we pulled reports from, there were 67 calls for service over the last 5 years. And there were only 12 written reports by the police department. 7 of those reports were about ATVs, 1 report of gunshots, 2 reports of vandalism, and there were 2 other reports that were miscellaneous of missing persons and other things. The most common report that was made to the police department was gunshots. And when I started looking at the dates of the gunshots reports that were made to the police, it was during the months of September, October, and November, which is hunting season. A lot of those reports that I pulled, or the calls for service that I pulled, the disposition was unable to locate, gone on arrival. Officers did go into the woods, they did search, they did look around, they couldn't find anything. They were looking for ATV drivers, they were looking for the kids on the dirt bikes. No shell casings were ever recovered or put in a report. No photographs were ever taken or put into a report. The officers were called, they responded. In the disposition of the cases, they stated what they found, unable to locate. I'm speaking on behalf of public safety for the people of Pelham tonight, not on behalf of the Pelham Police Department. That's not my role. I'm not criticizing anybody. What I'm saying is, what do locked gates prevent public safety from doing? Gaining access. You ask any fireman, any EMS, any police officer who has to get through a locked gate when there's somebody in cardiac arrest or somebody that has a serious injury, the last thing they want is a barrier. And I heard some residents saying, just keep bolt cutters in the fire engine. The bolt cutters are not kept on the fireman's person. They have to get out of the truck, get into the toolbox, get the bolt cutters out, get out, cut the lock open, then get the equipment up to the victim. If you've ever done CPR on a person, you know exactly what I'm talking about. The last thing you want is a hurdle or a barrier in between you and the emergency personnel that you are waiting to get there to help you. Of all these reports I pulled, a lot of the reports were when the police engaged people that they did find on these trails, they were in compliance. They were shooting these weapons more than 300 feet away from another residence. They weren't violating any laws. There were no arrests made. There were no criminal complaints taken against anybody in these 67 complaints that were made. And a lot of the reports, the officer's disposition was notified Hudson. It was in their town, not in Pelham. My point here tonight is, if you keep these gates locked, the towns open themselves up to a liability when something happens to somebody out there and the emergency personnel can't get to them. That's all I have to say.
Anyone else wishing to speak to Article 12, sir?
Good evening. Matthew Fisher. I'm in a butter to Tower Hill Road. I'd like to bring up a point that nobody has considered, and that is the fact that these trails are now closed down to anybody with a walking disability. And I'm going to paint a picture for you so you know what I'm talking about. My son, who's 25 and is also a veteran, is missing a leg, and he is now denied access to enjoy that forest. He does, however, own a Jeep Wrangler. So if he wanted to go out, maybe park on the side of the road, and then maybe walk for however long his fatigue allows him to, he can't do that now because of the gates and the locks. And I just think the whole thing is nonsense, and no one's even considered that. Not to mention the fact that I've been locked out of my own property. The nonsense just needs to stop. I get the traffic, I get the trash, I get that stuff. People throw trash over my wall all the time. Pedestrians do it. I'm finding beer cans and Pepsi cans and everything over my wall constantly. You can't control bad human behavior. It's just not possible. That's all I have to say.
Anyone else wishing to speak to Article 12, sir?
This
Zach Line, 114 Jeremy Hill Road. This is an odd thing for me to stand up and say my first things to this town on, since I'm neither an abutter or an ATV user. The issue seems to come down to me of the fact there are abutters that do want to access their property, and there's a locked gate on what should be a public road. It just seems kind of at odds with how we generally treat our property here in New Hampshire. And understanding that we do have many trails, and I'm very thankful that we have many trails in Pelham that are hiking. Why would we take any trails that are not just for hiking and make them only hiking? So I guess the biggest concern for me is the fact that we are seeing bad actors, do something that we don't like, and our immediate response is to just lock the road. Instead of trying to address the behavior, especially from non-Pelham residents, and finding other ways to resolve that conflict, we are just choosing to lock folks out of their own property. That's it. Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak to Art? I see a hand back there.
Hello. Sorry, Michelle Cook, 14 Hines Lane. I'd like to speak about that. I do think that they should remain locked with access given to the abutters. Mr. Picard, I'm just curious what exactly you're losing out on, other than driving your quad in there. Because if memory does suit me right, our last meetings, the town people have had to pay $24,000 to fix the ruts in the road that you're saying that doesn't happen, little ruts that a few of us have complained about, because it's unpassable by foot. I am.
That'd be
No.
through the chair. We can't just have back and forth discussion. No.
Oh, okay. So I'm just curious. It is on record that the town people have paid money that we could probably use somewhere else instead of fixing ruts from four-wheelers that are illegal. They're not legal in the town. So I'm kind of curious why no gates, if we can stop them, save the town money, put the money towards something else. And also, just looking at the new master plan, there's nothing mentioned about bringing ATVs or four-wheel drive in through the woods. Mostly it says that we need to maintain the forest and save them. And as far as the forest plans go, if you read them, they do say, please keep caution with the ATVs, they're ruining the forest. And I can pull them, I have them with me. And I have audio, which it won't come up, of the automatic weapons, I live on Compass Pond, that are out there frequently still. And I do call the police. And I also pulled someone's face that was driving a dirt bike, 16-year-old from Hudson, that came through the trail that I had to hold his eye in so that find that report, because it's not a four-wheel drive, it was a two-wheel, personally, that I put his face back in until he was med-flighted to Boston. So we do have an issue with four-wheelers, ATVs, and everything else. So, personal experience. I don't want to hold a kid's eye in again. Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak on Article 12?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Can you hear me?
Can hear you, yes.
My name is Danielle Massey Quinn of 9 Middle Lane, and to be fully transparent, I would like to disclose that I do sit on the Planning Board, the Board of Adjustment, the Agricultural Commission, the Master Plan Subcommittee that she just discussed, the CIP Subcommittee, and the Well Ordinance Subcommittee. To begin, I would like to state that I am in favor of the warrant Article 12 and the warrant Article 13 to ensure that all property rights to the abutters be restored. When I refer back to the original warrant articles 19 and 20 that were voted on at the March 2022 town meeting, it's my understanding that the language within those warrant articles are not written correctly and are not supported by the RSA 231A:1 for Class A and B trails, or supported by the RSA 231A:4 public trail use restrictions. When you refer to the RSA 231A:4 for public trail use restrictions, yes. Motor vehicles, wheeled vehicles, off-highway recreational vehicles, and specified modes of travel, such as horse, bicycle, or foot, can be restricted with posting of legible signs. However, when the wording of lot gates was added, that created a specific restriction that is not supported by the RSA 231A:4 under the public trail use restriction list, meaning one cannot create a restriction that is not supported by the law. Next, I would like to offer a little bit of discussion on property rights. Under the New Hampshire Constitution, a landowner has the right to access, occupy, use, transfer, and enjoy their land without restrictions. If you refer to the RSA 231A:1 for Class A and Class B trails, it states, a Class A trail shall be a full public right-of-way of indefinite duration subject to public trail use restrictions, and it may, however, be used by the owners of the land abutting on such trail, and such owners, the abutters, shall be exempt from applicable trail use restrictions. Currently, we have abutters to these Class A trails who cannot access or use their land and who are landlocked from their land due to a lot gate restriction that is not supported by the RSA 231A:4 and are not being exempt from these restrictions in accordance with the RSA 231A:1. As a concerned resident and always being one to advocate for property rights, I decided to reach out for my own legal advice. And here is the response I received. The New Hampshire RSA 231A is known as the Municipal Trail Statute, and its purpose and intent was to make clear that a property owner does not lose the right of access when a road is reclassified from a Class 6 road to a Class A trail. Furthermore, the New Hampshire RSA 231A:4 clearly outlines reasonable restrictions, and lot gates are not one of them. Although one could argue by the language of including but not limited to justify the lot gate, it is important to note that a restriction cannot unreasonably interfere with a person's right to use the property and access their land, and a lot gate does just that. By offering an abutter a code to a lot gate only adds to an already existing unreasonable interference. Also, as discussed, taking away someone's ability to access their property by a lot gate could result in a taking of the land in which a person could seek compensation from the town under the New Hampshire Constitution in accordance with New Hampshire RSA 231:48, as long as the aggrieved person appeals the decision to the Superior Court within 6 months of the town vote. Moreover, a Class A trail is by definition public property, and the town cannot bar public access to a Class A trail. The use of the trail can be limited according to RSA 231A:4. However, the town cannot bar public access in its entirety. Finally, as discussed, please refer to the Town of Greenfield, New Hampshire, 2007 warrant articles 4, 5, and 6 for the proper warrant article language supporting the RSA 231A for a Class A trail to include reasonable restrictions, including posting of legible signs at entrances in accordance with the RSA 231A:4. Please note, they do not have gates, bars, or lock gates. So with that, I did go to the Town of Greenfield, and I pulled up their warrant articles, and this is the correct writing for a warrant article under the 231A, and it does not include lock gates. So then I...
If I could ask you to just wrap it up, giving you
so
more
then
than
we
your
have
3 minutes.
Thank you. Yeah, so then we have a Class A trail, proper signage in reference to the statute. And then this is a picture of the trail with no lock gates. So that is the proper way to put a warrant article together in reference to the 231A. So now we have a total of 3,029 town residents that voted on 2 warrant articles at the 2022 town meeting that were not written in accordance with the RSA 231A:1 or the RSA 231A:4. And as a result of that, voted in favor of taking property rights away from the abutters. So with that, I am in favor of the warrant article 12 and the warrant article 13, which we will be discussing, to ensure that all property rights to the abutters be restored. And I hope that everybody in town agrees with me to join my efforts to restore the property rights. Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak for a first time on Article 12? Sir.
Paul Gagnon, Dutton Road. Articles 19 and 20 were submitted by the Board of Selectmen, correct? They were written by Attorney Radigan. Attorney Radigan, were they legal?
I'd have to look at it.
While he's looking at those, Mr. Rourke, you were police chief at the time of the fire, correct?
Yes.
What was the cause of the fire?
Be a better answer for the fire chief, but it was target shooting. The hot brass, I believe, ignited dry tinder.
So that was high-powered weaponry being used?
I'm not sure what kind. My understanding it was handguns. I'd have to review.
I should have brought the shells. I have them with me. They weren't handguns.
They were handguns?
No, they were not, sir. I'm sorry.
Okay.
They were not. The shells were an inch long.
So they were rifle?
Yes, sir. And I wish the fire chief were here because I believe the fire truck was damaged. It had to be replaced. It was damaged on Spalding Hill Road. So the issue about safety, those roads are safer now because they're passable than they were before, when they were impassable, as proven by the fact that we wrecked the fire truck trying to go down them and had to replace the fire truck. So that this was a 4-alarm fire. We just had a discussion. This gentleman talked about cutting budget. We spent Pelham taxpayer money, Wyndham taxpayer money, Salem taxpayer money, and Hudson taxpayer money putting that fire out. After that, we had to replace a fire truck as it got damaged on the road. After that, we spent the money to put the gates in and upgrade the roads so they are now passable. We've come in from Gowing Road on both of these roads with a 10-wheel dump truck full of gravel. That's how passable these roads are currently. Problem I have with taking the gates off is we go back to where we were. What is going to stop the next person from going out with high-powered weaponry and starting another forest fire? And what is going to stop the roads from being damaged again to where the fire department can't get out there? I think that's far worse than having to open the code on a gate. So I hope Attorney Radigan can answer my question at this point, but I believe he wrote these articles.
You're speaking to the articles, the original articles?
Yes, the original articles, because Ms. Massey
And so your
Quinn
question
just
for Attorney
said that-
Radigan is specifically what?
Because the prior speaker just said they were illegal. I'm just trying to get the record straight.
I-
Were they illegal or were they not illegal?
I can address this issue. Article 19, the second to last sentence of that article says, "It may be used by owners of land abutting the trail to provide access for agriculture and forestry uses and to any building or structure existing on this highway prior to its designation as a Class A trail."
And the abutters have access. But the article was written legally.
It appears to be, yes.
Okay. And the abutters have access to the gate code, so they have access to their property. I'm going to just summarize by saying the problem I have with taking the gates off is nobody addresses solving the root cause problem. How do we keep the roads from being damaged so we have a real safety issue? How do we keep the forest fire from happening again? And how do we address all these other residents' issues who've had to put up with the traffic? I don't know another way. I think this is a reasonable way to have done it. The voters overwhelmingly approved it. Attorney Radigan says what the Board of Selectmen did 2 years ago was legal. So I would ask people respectfully to vote in opposition and keep the 2 warrant articles that were passed by the Board of Selectmen 2 years ago. Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak for a first time on Article 12? Yes, ma'am.
Hold on, there's a correction. The Board of Selectmen didn't pass these articles, the voters of the town did, so I just want to make sure that's clarified.
Hi. Can you hear me?
A little louder.
Hello. Hi, my name is, can you hear? Yeah, Beth Jusome from Hines Lane. Just had 3 quick points. I absolutely support all abutters to these areas And I did attend the January 2nd meeting where you in front of me, the board, said that you would make right the condition with the abutters. So I took you in faith that you'll do that. You promised the abutters that you would. You'd fix any issues in the past. Issue 2, I am going to respectfully ask for this difficult issue that the board support. Let me rephrase that. I'm going to respectfully ask that you, the board, would weigh in unanimously against these 2 articles, because previously you have weighed in on them repeatedly, wanting the gates locked. We just voted January 2nd, and you all unanimously said you wanted the gates locked. So that's your stance. So I would ask that you unanimously, on the warrant articles, say that you do not support these warrants, citizen petition warrant articles. One other thing is the warrant articles do not mention the cost that would need to be put forth by the town to gate up all the trails that come off the present Class A roads. So if we need to protect the trail systems, conservation trail systems, if you open it up to a Class 6 again, all the conservation roads are going to be open. And we'd need to gate those areas, which would be a cost to the town. One other issue is these issues are difficult. I think a lot of people in these rooms understand that road classification is difficult, and they've learned about citizen petition warrant articles, but most of the public do not understand this. And if these warrant articles go forth to your average Pelham citizen, it's going to look like the board accepts them if you don't weigh in on them. So I'm going to respectfully ask that you have a unanimous vote to not agree with these warrant articles, as you have not supported opening up the gates in the past. Thank you very much.
Mr. Hogan, I'm going to address this real quick, all right? So we're not going to support or not support any 4 of these warrant articles, all right? And I'll explain why. These warrant articles were written by citizens and, in our opinion, are written correctly. So we don't want to sway a vote either way. We want the town to decide which way this should go. So it's up to you guys to get out to vote, all right? You had 5,500 people come out and vote for a primary that basically had no effect in this town. And in March, we're going to have a vote, and we have a lot of things in this warrant article that are going to directly affect your lives and your properties, all right? So we're not going to weigh in on this. It's your job to come in and weigh on it, because this land is our land, all right? And it's for us to decide as a group how that land's going to be used, all right? Now, when it comes to the RSAs, if you want to refer to 231A4, if you read it and quote it correctly, it says such restrictions may include, but are not limited to, okay? That phrase right there, not limited to, means there could be other restrictions that we can impose. So there's restrictions that we imposed by the gate, which was approved by the voters and the will of the people. We wanted to honor that, okay? And it was legal. As far as public safety, all right? I think we know, if you're a public safety officer, a great majority of incidents go unreported. So you can get all the reports you want. It doesn't get the whole picture. So I guarantee you talk to any cop or any officer, all right, and they're going to say most incidents are going to go unreported. So you don't really have a true grasp of what is really going on out there, all right? I know that I live much further away from Mr. Montbleu and some of the other residents that live up there, and I can hear gunshots at 2 o'clock in the morning. So to say they don't exist might be a fallacy. I know I hear them, okay? That being said, I really hope you guys will respect our decision to not weigh in on these citizens' petitions. We have in the past, yes, all right? Someone referenced 2022, okay? That warrant article, as it was written by a citizen, basically deemed it irrelevant because they wanted to put ATVs over all town land, which, by the way, most of the town land has deed restrictions. So if you voted yes for it, you still wouldn't be allowed to ride ATVs. So it was a moot point. So we did our research to help that citizen to try to get access for ATVs. And we ended up working with that group, and we created a committee that you guys voted on to go forward and try to find a place in town for ATVs. All right, but ultimately, it's this group that goes to March and votes, and unfortunately, it's probably only going to be 2,000 people when we have 9,300 registered voters.
Anyone else wishing to speak for a first time on Article 12? Yes, ma'am.
My name is Joyce Turner, 33 Abacoa Road. I'm new to town. I don't know a lot about your parks. I love what I've seen, but I took a walk the other day, and vehicles were not allowed. But as I walked, there were many, many destroyed areas, and I had to walk in parts of the woods that I shouldn't have been walking in environmentally because the ruts were so deep and the mud so slippery. I'm old. So I had to be very, very careful maneuvering in many, many spots. I, too, fear out-of-towners, if it becomes legal here, we are going to be inundated with vehicles that we're not going to like having in town. That's all I have to say.
I saw another hand in the back. Yes, ma'am.
Irish Simpson, Sagewood Drive. I'd like to take a few minutes to urge all Pelham residents to vote no on the 3 citizen petitions pertaining to the Class A trails and our conservation lands. The citizen petition referring to the creation of a subcommittee is redundant, since the Forestry Committee already has individuals on a subcommittee that has existed for a number of years. Why would the town want a duplicate committee? The other 2 citizen petitions refer to 2 Class A trails that in previous years were Class 6 roads. The Board of Selectmen and the citizens voted to change the classification from Class 6 to Class A trails due to a 30-acre forest fire and the difficulty the fire department had in getting to the area involved due to the condition of the Class 6 roads. The fire was started by a truck entering the trails and target shooting that went awry. The fire department had to replace a truck due to the poor condition of the roads. These roads had been used by full-size vehicles and ATVs frequently and created large areas of deep tracks, which caused a fire truck to be damaged. The Board of Selectmen agreed that the Class 6 roads should be reclassified to Class A trails to prevent future damage and allow the fire equipment safe passage through the area. The town overwhelmingly agreed, and the 2 warrant articles were passed. The Forestry Committee at that point spent over $14,000 to install gates, pay for equipment and gravel to fix the large ruts created, and to close off the trails to future damage. These trails are still in great condition and will remain so if both of these citizen petitions are voted down. It's been suggested that the trails are somehow unsafe with gates in place and need to be removed. It has been suggested that in the case of emergency, fire, police, or ambulances could not get into the areas to render assistance. In all cases, the emergency personnel in town have the codes to every locked gate, and in the case of emergency would not be deterred by them. If by chance a code didn't work, they would cut that lock in a minute. It has also been suggested that the Forestry Committee is attempting to limit access by installing gates, which is also untrue. The areas in question were only changed after a forest fire and at the request of the Board of Selectmen to ensure future safety and that the trails remain in good condition. If these 2 petitions are passed, what's the plan to ensure the trails remain accessible to safety equipment? The cost of fighting the forest fires several years ago involved neighboring fire departments and a new truck. Taxpayers want to incur more costs like this in the future. I hope that the voters vote no on these 3 citizen petitions to ensure the trails remain in good, safe, and well-managed condition. Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to be heard for a first time on Article 12? Anyone wishing to be heard for a second time on Article 12? Sir.
John Pickard, 57 South Shore Drive. I struggle with this. This has nothing to do with ATV access into the woods. This had to do with legal vehicle access, which is either a truck or a street-registered trail bike. The problems that happened up there, a lot of them were caused by the logging operations that they did back there that blew open the old snowmobile trail network to something that's a Jeep and stuff could get down, and they never blocked that stuff off. So I've repeatedly asked to separate the Class 6 road from the hiking trails. Doing that would solve a lot of these people's issues. Nobody's willing to work. They took that land, they got it, they don't want to share, they don't want to give it back, they don't care who they hurt, they don't care who they threw out, they just want it for themselves. We have Class 6 roads in this town with no gates whatsoever, and oh my God, nothing happens. I go, people, you need to get around town and find out what's going on in this town. It's not all about that one area. You guys took that one area over, but there's other areas that people can get back into, and it's okay. You talk about the shooting up there. Can somebody walk into the woods and shoot in this town? I believe they can. The trucks had nothing to do with shooting in the woods. I'm sorry. That is a ridiculous argument. They can go to any of these hiking kiosks and simply walk into the woods. I go, we need some voices of reason here. I go, I can't be the demon for every problem that ever happened out there. The lock gates will stop me from getting out there. The illegal ATV activity that's going out there, I can show you numerous places where they just disappear and go around the gate and find a new way in. So you really haven't stopped that out there, which has, again, not been legal. The trail bikes, they are skinny enough to fit down through any trail, any gate. There's not anything you can do to stop kids from going out there on trail bikes other than patrolling. And that's what has to happen out there, is we have to patrol this area. But to sit there and take the rights away from one people and then go after direct abutters' rights is ridiculous. There's plenty of room out there. If it was managed correctly, we could all use it. We could solve all the problems. If there's a wet area that needs to be fixed, let's fix it. If the trail needs to be rerouted, then let's reroute it. There are some soft areas that just needed gravel to fill. I heard some, claims about the fire trucks not being able to get back there. Well, yes, I have continually and repeatedly said that that's a problem. Can a fire truck get down Spalding Hill right now? No, because it hasn't been fixed like these people promised that it would be. A lot of the problems were the rocks put in the way of the trails when the fire was back there. I have never had any trouble navigating around there with my vehicle. So to say that they're so horrible that nobody can drive back there, I can take any one of you, and I've taken some of you out there already, and I can drive around that entire area and show you everything. I can show you where gates should have been added. I can show you where things, if they needed to be fixed, we should fix them. But to have forestry or a group like that say, well, we just spent this amount of money to go out there and fix that, that was your choice. An abandoned road is an abandoned road. You want to fix it, you fix it. But you don't sit there, I'll only fix it if they get thrown out. I am 100% with you. Trucks should not be on any hiking trails. We can do that with the proper gates. Nothing's been marked out there. One of the reports I did read, a truck got back into the Gumpus Pond Conservation Area where they're not supposed to be. Police went out, talked to them. I said, hey, you're not supposed to be out here. It's marked on the Hines Lane hiking spot, and it's marked on the Gowan Lane hiking spot. And they're like, well, back when Spalding Hill Road was open, they simply drove down a legal Class 6 road, turned left on the Tower Road, and then turned right into the development trails. There wasn't a sign, a gate, or anything that told them not to be back there. So they had no idea that that one particular area was illegal. And if the vehicles stay on the roads themselves, there is no mud bogging. Anybody who takes any type of a vehicle and goes into a wetlands, absolutely light them up. That's DES fines and everything else. But we need proper signage. I am all for trail cameras, and I'm all for the correct signage. I've been asking for years. Mark the Class 6 roads. Mark where vehicles can go, mark this stuff. Put, the signs up, smile, you're on camera when you're going in there. You'll be amazed at how stuff like that makes everybody react better, because that area was very remote when I was a young kid. It is no longer a remote area. You're not seeing the activity that, we did back there as kids. But I have been driving out there since the 80s. Guys, now I'm asking for, some give and take here, and I'm seeing absolutely no to negotiate. You want it all for yourselves, and that's ridiculous. There's plenty of areas where I can't go, and they're already yours. This land is already protected. It's not, every little wet spot in the woods is not a environmental disaster. We have areas that, yes, need to be addressed. The trail beds and the old road beds, they're already existing road beds. If you have a puddle in them, you just simply need to bring in some fill, and stabilize it. These roads were built they're some of the oldest roads in town. So yeah, one, they've been unmaintained. Two, if you want to make some improvements, we can all work together and make improvements, but we have to be able to work together. You guys have your areas. Leave the areas that I'm legal to go alone. Leave the abutters' rights alone, and stop harassing us from being out there. You guys have made phone calls on people up there doing trail maintenance. My picture got posted around town. Oh my God, look at this person.
Sir, if
out
I could
there.
ask you to just begin to wrap it up here at 5 minutes.
You guys know my plea. I've come before you numerous times, and I got to disagree wholeheartedly with the warrant article being written legally. The locked gates go against open public access. Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to be heard for a second time? Mr. Montblow, I think, and then sir in the back there.
Everybody in this room and our boards that are running this event tonight, I feel compelled to give this man a rebuttal, okay? What he's saying is ridiculous, okay? It's not, we want it for ourselves. That's absolutely not the case. We don't want it for ourselves. We want to preserve it for everybody. We want it to be pristine so that you can go out there. We don't want to have to destroy a fire truck because he wants to go out in a spring and take a ride out there. And don't tell me, I've been up there for 55 years, that when you're on those roads and when you're in that wetland area where the road goes right through, that you're not going to tear that up. You can't tell me that because you haven't been in town long enough, okay? So most of what he says is ridiculous. And I want everybody in this room to know that it isn't a matter of we want to take it for ourselves. We want to control it. That isn't it at all. We want it to last. We want it to be able to provide shelter for our wildlife, walking, snowmobiling, snowshoeing, cross-country skiing, hunting, camping, anything but destruction. So what he's saying doesn't make sense to me at all. And I've been there for 55 years.
Fisher, CV Road, Pelham, New Hampshire. I'd like to rebut Mr. Montblow. I've been out there my entire life, 63 years. And in 1978, I bought a Honda XL 500S, and I used to ride those trails all the time. If you look where his father used to live, that house, all the stone walls that he built those with, he took from the stone walls out there in the bound lines. And if you look back at the police reports, I had turned him in many times. It's absolute hypocrisy. Absolute hypocrisy. Now, for the forest fire, the town logged that area. They did an extensive logging. They blew through 11 stone walls. I have the documentation on that. They left a lot of slash on the ground. Then we happened to have a dry spring. Yes, we had a fire. That's unfortunate. I was home that day. I smelled the smoke. I went out with my farm tractor. I have a logging winch on it. I had to move boulders from some access trails to allow fire apparatus to get in there. I had to cut trees down to allow fire apparatus to get in there. I was out there 4 hours before any fire trucks from Pelham came out there. I was never even thanked for that. Why were these stone walls left like this? Why weren't they put back? When these stone walls were left open, they allowed four-wheel drive trucks, which I'm not a fan of, to come in and get off of the Class 6 road. I'm fine with them on the Class 6 road, but not going off of it. But the town opened up that. They opened that up when they logged that area. They did not put any of those stone walls back. It's a bad logging practice, and in the future, I would think that we should probably put all these stone walls back when we're done doing our logging, because that created the problem. You complain about these ruts out there and all these things from little four-wheelers or a four-wheel drive truck. There was more damage done out there by the logging operation than there was from any of the stuff at any point. I've lived out there for 63 years. I've seen it come, I've seen it go. Nothing has really changed out there. All that's changed is we have new developments up on Scenic View or Aspen, and these people want it for their own private hiking trails. I've seen a gentleman out there in his golf cart, and I asked him, "Why are you out here?" He goes, "Well, I like riding my golf cart out here." "Well, you know these are closed trails." He goes, "Yeah." "Well, did you vote on it?" He said, "Sure, I voted to close them." What the heck is that? I can't even go out there. I can't even get the codes to access my property. This has got to stop. Just open it up and just let it be, please.
Anyone else wishing to speak for a second time on Article 12? I see a hand here.
David Silva, 400 Sherburne Road. This is just like a technical type question. Does anybody know if any of that land is landlocked because of this? In other words, is the only way somebody can get to their property is go down these roads? I don't know if anybody knows.
Is anybody from the board able to answer that question?
If I may, I believe there are a couple pieces of property that are only accessible through the previous Class 6 road.
Okay, so I'm a big fan of property rights. I'm also a big fan of preserving parks. I actually am active in a park that's 325 acres, and you don't know what we deal with every day. And if you don't keep plugging along, you know, you've got to keep doing it. So that my question is then what happens to the property value of these houses, this property, if nobody has access to get to it? Do they can't sell it? Who's going to buy landlocked property?
They have access to it. They have legal access to it.
Okay, so if somebody in that group sells their property, then that road has to be opened up as a driveway or a road.
The property owner has legal access to their property.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anyone else wishing to speak for a second time on Article 12? Any other comments, questions, or concerns on Article 12? I'd entertain a motion to restrict reconsideration Articles 9, 10, 11, and 12.
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Moving to Article 13. This is also a citizen's petition. Are you in favor of repealing the Article 20 voted on the March 2022 town meeting to reclassify the unpaved Class 6 section of Spalding Hill Road beginning 300 feet from the end of the Class 5 section of Spalding Hill Road to Tower Hill Road to a Class A trail in accordance with RSA 231A? A Class A trail is a full public right-of-way subject to the public trail use restrictions imposed by the Board of Selectmen. If repealed, the unpaved section of Spalding Hill Road beginning 300 feet from the end of the Class 5 section of Spalding Hill Road to Tower Hill Road will be reclassified back to a Class 6 highway, which is a public roadway that the town has no obligation to maintain. Anyone from the board wish to speak to Article 13? I think we've covered a lot of Article 13 on the prior discussion, but if there is anyone wishing to speak to Article 13? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion to restrict reconsideration Article 13.
So moved.
Do we have a second? All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Moving to Article 14, which is also a citizen's petition. shall the town vote to establish a trails subcommittee appointed by Pelham Forestry. This volunteer trails maintenance subcommittee will be able to maintain and access Pelham's trails and verify safety for all Pelham residents on the town lands and forest sections. Anyone from the board wish to speak to Article 14? Any comments, questions, or deliberation on Article 14? Yes, sir.
Dave Hennessy, Denton Road. I'm just confused as to why this article is here. I've never seen a subcommittee of a sitting committee on this town in Pelham Forestry or Conservation or Zoning being prohibited from setting up a subcommittee. So I don't know why this is here. I just don't understand it. I don't want to look into conspiracies or what have you, but I'll tell you that despite some of the comments that we've heard earlier, in the spring and the fall, there are absolutely folks in this town who work their tails off to keep these trails, Class 6 trails, Class 6 roads, what have you, open so that people can enjoy them and going through. On the other hand, in this town, we have people who are self-appointed guardians of these forests who come through and clear off boulders and impediments to motorized machines to come through those woods. We were out there a few weeks ago, and we had a lot of rain in December, in January, and they went through just ahead of that and pulled out boulders on this particular trail, which was not an approved trail to go through with any kind of Class 6. It had no antecedent. It was opened up and marked on all the maps, never to be used for any machinery. It is ruined. You can't walk it. You're going to be hurt going down the hill because the steps that the people, the caretakers, the trail people did were ripped up, the wood moved. It's a sledding hill now. It can't be used, and it's an important part of that Gumpus Pond territory off of Hines Lane that we started this whole shebang and buying land on. I don't understand why this is on the ballot, and I'm concerned as to why it's on the ballot. Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak to Article 14?
Brett Gagnon, Benoit Nav, Mr. Moderator. I have an amendment, if I can bring it up too.
Okay.
Actually, may I read it first?
That's probably a better idea.
Ladies and gentlemen, for Article 14, I want to propose an amendment. Look, I've had a bunch of petition warrant articles pass myself. I applaud the effort, whether the topic is for what it is. Tonight, I'm just offering more housekeeping recommendations. The amendment shall read, which I'll provide to you. After a one-year period, the subcommittee shall seek approval for continued operation from the Select Board. The Select Board can grant continued operation approval for a maximum of 3 years. The reason I recommend this modification is simply so that I do believe, as the last spoker said, it is a little odd for this petition article to generate a subcommittee. That should be done in normal practice through the committees and the Board of Selectmen themselves. But with that said, if this were to pass, I think it needs an escape clause or an exit clause, just so that if they do finish their work, accomplish something successful, fabulous. But we don't want to keep this committee on the books once they're done or they don't want to work anymore. There needs to be a way to disband it, with all due respect, once they're all set. And that's all I was trying to do with this amendment.
So are you proposing to add that language at the end of the existing petition warrant article?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Okay.
Mr. Gagnon, can I entertain this for a minute?
Yes, sir.
So currently, the Forestry Committee already has a subcommittee,
Correct.
and it's been the selectmen's position to, let them create the subcommittee as necessary. So in regards to the amendment, I don't think the Board of Selectmen should be overseeing that subcommittee as it's the Forestry Committee that should be doing that. Does that make sense?
I totally see your concern. I'm open to changing the wording. I guess my counter to that would be, as a Board of Selectmen or select board, you're elected officials. And so I think you might represent the people, hopefully, just because of the election in a more official manner. So I kind of pushed it, unfortunately, to your responsibility versus you set or you appoint the Forestry Committee and then they appoint the subcommittee. So I just want to bring it up to the top level, that's all. But if you think, I can change the language and you think it's better to be the Forestry Committee, that would be fine.
To me, it's a moot point. We have a hard time getting volunteers anyway. As you see, we have one person running for one seat on selectmen, 2 running for 2 on planning board. We have 1 contested race, and we have a host of volunteer positions to fill in the town as it is. Again, this is one of those petition warrant articles that we're just not going to weigh in on. But I was just throwing my 2 cents in to your amendment.
Understood. Understood. Yeah, no, the only, I have no qualms here or there on what this is to do or if it was necessary. I just wanted to give you guys the authority to disband it, just so it's not left on the books once everyone leaves.
Okay.
That's all. Mr.
So
Moderator.
you're proposing that amendment as is be added to the end of the existing petition warrant article?
With all due respect, I will leave it like this, Mr. Chairman, sorry.
So you're saying you're withdrawing your amendment?
No, sir. I'm leaving it as stated for the record, which I'll provide to you.
Okay. And that is to be added to the end? Or
That
you're
is
looking
correct.
to be added to the end of Article 14?
That is correct.
Okay.
Yep.
If you could bring that forward.
Sure.
Thank you. So then, the proposed amendment would add the language to the end of Article 14. The proposed language of the amendment would be, after a 1-year period, the subcommittee shall seek approval for continued operation from the Select Board. The Select Board can grant continued operation approval for a maximum of 3 years. Is there a second on the amendment? I heard a second back there. Okay, we have an amendment. We have a second.
Discussion?
Discussion on the amendment.
I just
to
want to make
Article
sure
14.
that our attorney approves that word changing since it's a citizen's petition.
Mr. Radigan?
Yes, this seems to be a substantial change of the petition warrant article, and so I don't think it's a suitable alteration of the original warrant article, because it's establishing a limitation in the existence of the committee that is not addressed at all in the regular article.
So based on that, then the amendment cannot be entertained based on the opinion of town council. So is there any further discussion on Article 14? Mr. Gleason?
Ed Gleason, 12 Basswood Road, Pelham. I share Mr. Hennessy's concern in that this is a unique warrant article, and I think it's usurping the power of the committees. You appoint a forest committee, and it's their responsibility to appoint subcommittees. To have petition warrant articles coming up now and appointing committees to committees is not the right form of government that we should have. Therefore, I'd request the voters to shoot this down. Let the Forestry Committee, which you appoint, make their decision on subcommittees and let them run them. I don't think we should be in, the Select Board should be in that business. I don't think the voters should. Thank you.
Any further discussion on Article 14?
May I just have a question?
Mr. Purcell.
Is it allowed to ask if the actual citizen who made this petition is here, who could speak on this? Because I'm wondering if they're actually on the Pelham Forest Committee, or who it is that put this forth, or anyone who signed for it to even be on the warrant article.
Is the proponent of Article 14 present? And if so, would they care to speak?
He was here earlier. I do not see him now.
Okay. Any further discussion on Article 14? I see a hand there.
My name is Julia Steed Moss on 17 South Shore Drive. I am confused about this article. And one of my questions is there a need for the Conservation Commission to somehow be tied into this warrant? Because it says, access Pelham trails and verify safety for all of Pelham residents on the town lands and forest sections. But part of the mandate of forestry is also to maintain healthy forests. So we're talking about ecosystem functions here. And I'm not sure if that's not articulated in this, that could be a problem. And I know, for example, that I've seen where a trail that was designed, and I assume it was by forestry, but I may be wrong about that, but it went right through a wetland, and the wetland has been damaged. So if conservation was more involved with something relative to trail maintenance, I think we would have more assurance that the decisions might be more accurate for the long-term preservation of not only the trails, but also the environments in which we are charted with making sure that they're protected. Can someone help me with that question? I'm kind of lost.
In the absence of the proponent of the warrant article, I don't know that there's anyone here specifically that could address the intent of the proponent. I don't know if anyone from the board has any thoughts on that, but with the proponent of the article not here, it's a petition warrant article, so that person is left for the night. So
could an amendment be made to add some wording that says appointed by Pelham Forestry in conjunction with the Conservation Commission? And I've never done an amendment like this, especially because it involves two of our commissions, so I have no idea if that's even appropriate.
it would be the opinion of the town council that that would not be an appropriate amendment.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate it. I will leave in continued confusion. Thank you.
Any further discussion on Article 14? I see a hand in the back there. All I can see is hands from up here in most cases, so.
Hi again. Hello. Beth Dusome, Hines Lane. I just had a question on the wording. I find one part is redundant. All our trails, we can access them. I can access Gumpus or Woven anytime I want. And this specifically says a subcommittee to maintain, and will be able to maintain and access Pelham's trails. So how are they thinking to access other than how we normally access? So I don't think it'll be a big change to omit that word. It's redundant.
So what is your amendment?
My amendment is to remove the word access.
Well, I would challenge that as
Go ahead.
access is all the perspective of the person that's accessing it. So you might be able to access it, but can someone else access it? You know, wheelchair, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So that word, if you take out that word, it could change the meaning of the sentence.
This volunteer trails maintenance subcommittee. So it's not talking about the public accessing it, it's talking about the committee accessing it.
It's unclear where this is a petition warrant article and the proponent is not here. It's the same, we don't have anyone to answer that question.
Okay. So my concern would be define access. Are they looking to verify safety by getting on ATVs and checking people and going up to walkers and saying, hey, you're off the trail. It just sounds like funny wording to me. And I do understand it's a confusing article, but I thought I would at least bring that word access up, because it seems redundant. If you're going to get on the trail and maintain them, you're obviously able to access them. So I thought removing that word would be clear.
So are you making
Attorney?
a motion to remove the word "and access" from
Exactly.
this article? Mr. Radigan, does that seem to be?
No, I think it's suitable as it's written. The important thing to realize is that this subcommittee works for the Forestry Committee. And of course, as the Forestry Committee doesn't have, power and responsibility for all town lands. It has power and responsibility for town forest land. And so when you get, if this is adopted and when you get moving, this is a subcommittee that has to be responsible to the Forestry Committee, and the extent of that responsibility should be only what the Forestry Committee is limited to do.
So in that case,
Yeah,
are
I
you
think-
saying that the amendment is able to be entertained, or are you saying that?
No, I don't think that amendment should be able to be entertained, because it's not unreasonable to say that there should be access to Pelham trails. That's not unreasonable, because it's town land.
I just think it's redundant, and later, if it was passed, people could say, well, how are we going to access? And then we're going to go back to this where we are from the beginning. So I'm trying to avoid an issue, if it were to be passed, on what type of access would be allowed.
Well, the subcommittee will work that out with the Forestry Committee. And of course, the Forestry Committee has clear access of all forestry land in town.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Any further discussion on Article 14, sir?
Al Stewart, 6 Vista Drive, also part of the conservation. This is for the Mr. Radigan. Is there anything in the RSAs that allows, by law, the appointment of a subcommittee by forestry?
Mr. Radigan?
Well, it's clear that statutes allow town meeting to authorize the appointments of certain types of subcommittees. So to have a subcommittee for someone like the Forestry Committee, or, for other committees in town, they work for that committee. And so basically, the subcommittee is doing tasks that are directed and supervised by the management committee, which in this email, or this warrant article, is the Forestry Committee.
Okay, so it's totally legitimate to have a subcommittee doing trails only for forestry.
For forestry, yeah, right. And it's unclear whether it could be for other types of town land that the Forestry Committee does not have jurisdiction over.
Thank you.
Any further discussion on Article 14? I see a hand back there. Are you wishing to speak for a second time? Is there anybody else wishing to speak for a first time? Okay, ma'am.
Julia Steed Mawson, 17 South Shore Drive. I'm wondering if this amendment could be added, that, and I don't have the whole thing in front of me, but it says something about verify the safety of all residents when you're following, where's that? If you can you find that? And then say, this would be the amendment, and maintain ecological integrity of the town lands and forest sections. So it was talking about the role of the forestry subcommittee to maintain trails, and then it said something about and verify the safety of all residents, and then I'm suggesting and maintain the ecological integrity of the town lands and forest sections. Because trails are very important for both of those functions, and that's not mentioned there.
And Mr. Radigan, would you believe this amendment to be appropriate?
What are your suggestions?
So the last line of Article 14 begins with, "and verify safety for all Pelham residents." And she is proposing that we then insert, "and maintain ecological integrity of the town lands and forest sections." Basically, insert just "and maintain ecological integrity" after the word residents.
I think that could be suitable to but the limitation that I think we would get into with all of this language is it's only for the things that the Forestry Committee has jurisdiction over.
Correct, and one of their jobs is
Right.
maintaining ecological integrity. So
Exactly.
that would, I think, very nicely cover the issues of safety and ecological integrity.
Yes, I think your amendment would be okay, but it's still, aspects of that wording still may not be within the jurisdiction of the Forestry Committee.
How can that be? Because their job is to maintain viable forests that are ecologically sound.
No, I agree, but if there is other types of conservation land that's not forestry land, that arguably would not be subject to the Forestry Committee.
So does the Forestry Committee actually maintain all of the town lands? I thought they were to maintain lands that were under their jurisdiction for forest management.
Yes, right.
So therefore, forest management, part of that is not just safety, but it's also the ecological integrity, because if you don't have a viable forest, your timber stand, depending on how they're being maintained, how they're being managed, for what they're being managed, if that ecological integrity is damaged, then you're ultimately going to damage your timber stands, and therefore the cost, the amount of timber you can get back and the money for it and so on and so forth. So ecological integrity is really important if you want a forest that is actually producing timber that can give you dollars, good dollars for the value.
Yes, I think, ecological as applied to forestry, I think is completely correct. That would be a suitable amendment. But for other types of land in town that are not forestry lands, that's not an appropriate purpose for a subcommittee of the Forestry Committee.
So then maybe town land should be taken out of it, because the Forestry Committee does not, their mandate is to be working lands for timber stand improvement and watershed management and so on and so forth.
I don't think it would be suitable to take it out of it
Okay.
because you can simply limit it by understanding that all the subcommittee can do is to perform tasks that are forestry-related tasks.
So why is the word safety in there?
Well,
That would be the proponents
Oh,
of
the
the
folks
article.
that provided the
They
article.
provided the wording, yes.
Okay.
So this is a petition article.
Safety's not unreasonable because there could be safety issues in the forestry.
So the problem is when you're doing an amendment, and I'm sorry, I'm green as grass and dumb as the wind about this, so just educate me about this. So that when an amendment is made, it has to keep within the spirit of whoever wrote it, and because they're not here, we can't ask them if this would still maintain the spirit of what they were trying to do.
You can't change the spirit of the article.
Okay. I'm still a little confused about why those extra words wouldn't maintain the spirit of it, but he's not, he or she is not here, so I bow to your greater knowledge.
So in terms of the amendment, Mr. Radigan, is that, and maintain ecological integrity, permissible to be proposed as an amendment, or are you saying that it's...
No, I think that would be permissible because that could be a positive thing that the Forestry Committee might want its subcommittee to do. But again, just because there's things authorized here, at the end of the day, if the Forestry Committee does not want the subcommittee to do certain things, the supervising committee can always tell the subcommittee that is what they do or don't want them to do.
So we have an amendment being proposed to add the words after, on the last line of Article 14, where it states, "and verify the safety for all Pelham residents," insert the word, "and maintain ecological integrity," and then going with the language of the original article. So it would say, "and verify the safety for all Pelham residents and maintain ecological integrity on the town lands and forest sections."
Correct.
Okay, so that is the motion that is on the floor. Do we have a second? I see a second on that. Any further discussion on the amendment? Mrs. Hebert?
Thank you. Kimberly Hebert, 39 Parkside Drive. I wanted to just understand for a second, once we add this language in, ecological, could you repeat it, Mr. Moderator? And I know it's late. I'm so sorry it's late.
On the last line of Article 14 as proposed by a citizen petition, the last line, I can read the whole article if you'd like.
No, please, just that last sentence.
So the last is, "and verify safety for all of Pelham residents." And the proposed language to be added is, "and maintain ecological integrity." And then going back to the original article, "on the town lands and forest sections." So it's adding the words, "and maintain ecological integrity."
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I would like to speak for a moment about this because we're talking about maintaining the trails. And I have a little bit of experience about maintaining trails, and I've shared it with a few of you in the room. Specifically to Pelham, though, David Hebert, my husband, was asked by Conservation and by Forestry to clean up some trails in Pelham recently. He had to bring an excavator in, he had to move rocks, he brought his other machine in, dropped it off the trailer, and he had to maintain quite a lot of mileage of trails. By adding this language, who is the judge of ecological integrity? Thank you. Who's the judge of that? In other words, as a tractor is maintaining a trail and a frog jumps out in front of the tractor, are we in violation of ecological integrity? These are very, very loose words, and too loose for tonight for us to be looking into this. And also, I think this is a forestry conversation that needs to be had. Ecological integrity could also mean a small tree that my husband David, in maintaining the trails, would not know that is something that is tied to ecological integrity. I can think of several things that might violate that word. I respect Ms. Steed Mawson's comments very much, but I believe that this needs to be defined, and in a situation in Pelham where we have discussed tonight so many different problems with the trails, we talked about fire, we talked about a lot of things, and it all root cause comes back to the trails are not cleaned up. So we need to clean the trails up. But if we add this now, no one can define it. And someone will be responsible. And someone will be in violation. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Mr. Line?
In my view, we have no say of it. It's up
to the Forestry Committee. They're asking the Forestry if they can do this. It's up to them, not to us.
Any further discussion on the amendment to Article 14, sir?
David Silva again, Sherburne Road. I respectfully disagree with Mr. Lyon, what he just said. The Forestry Committee has to be held accountable to the citizens of the town of Pelham. They cannot go off, and I'm not knocking them, I'm not knocking anybody, but a committee cannot go off and do stuff in a vacuum. So that statement is not true. If I had my way, I would have the Forestry Committee be an advisory committee that answers to the selectmen and go through the selectmen when there's issues that need to be done, other than trail maintenance and stuff that you can have trail days once a month and you can go and clean the trails. Any major changes to this property needs to be validated and agreed upon. Also, the word safety on that last sentence, I think that was part of the word. The last sentence again.
Yes.
Yeah, could you read it?
Verify safety for all of Pelham residents. And the proposed amendment that we're discussing is and maintain ecological integrity. And then back to the printed words on the town lands and forest sections.
Okay. The word safety, again, is probably like an interpretation of violating the environment. What does it mean by guarantee safety? A trail is inherently dangerous. No matter what you do, you can cut down trees, you can do this, you can do that. People can trip over roots, they can trip over rocks. I think that word safety is like they're saying they're guaranteed safety. If I go out on that trail, I'm not going to get hurt. And again, I'm a trail person. I've fallen off my bike multiple times. Things happen. So that word itself is like it's in the same category with the prior speaker about the environment and stuff. I don't know what they mean by safety. What does that mean? Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak on the amendment? We're speaking on the amendment right now.
I just, quick comment, I think the ironicity of the amendment is trails by themselves are not ecologically, it's ecologically destructive. So to maintain the ecological integrity and a trail is destructive just is ironic to have that language there.
Anyone else wishing to speak on the amendment before we vote on the amendment? All those in favor of adding the language and maintain ecological integrity to Article 14 as discussed, please signify by raising your voter cards. All those opposed, please signify by raising your voter cards. The amendment fails. Any further discussion on Article 14?
Paul Gagnon, Dutton Road. I'll be very brief. The Forestry Committee already has a subcommittee. We could form 5 more subcommittees at our next meeting if we chose to. There is no need for this warrant article. Please don't confuse things with yet another law that we have to try to follow. I beg you to vote this down. Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak for a first time on Article 14? Mr. Lyon.
Zach Line, Jeremy Hill Road. I just want to echo the concerns by a gentleman over here regarding the words verify safety. We are talking about a volunteer to a subcommittee that is going to, quote, verify safety of trails. And that does not seem like it should be appropriate. There's no qualifications for this volunteer position, and they're going to, quote, verify the safety of trails. And again, to the point, who's responsible if something goes wrong?
Anyone else wishing to speak for a first time on Article 14? Anyone for a second time on Article 14? I would entertain a motion to restrict reconsideration of Article 14. All those in favor?
Aye.
That brings us to the end of tonight's proceedings. I would like to thank all of those that participated in getting everything ready tonight. The members.
Following this meeting. Thank you.
Okay, there will be a Budget Committee meeting immediately following when we go into recess for the town meeting. But I'd like to thank all those that assisted with the preparation for tonight, the town clerk's office, the supervisors of the checklist, the police and fire departments, the cable department, the Board of Selectmen, town administrator, budget, town council, and all those others that were involved in the setup for tonight. And we will see you on March 12th. Thank you all for your time and attendance tonight.
My name is Whitney Beals. I am the Director of Land Protection for the New England Forestry Foundation, where I've worked since 1999. If you as a landowner are interested in protecting your property for whatever reason, it may be that it's an important piece of local open space, it may be that it's a large working forest, there are two principal ways that a landowner can do that. One is to donate the land outright to a nonprofit organization, such as us. Another more common way is through donating a conservation easement on a piece of property. By donating a conservation easement, the landowner is giving away his or her or their future rights to develop the property, but they maintain ownership of that land. The donation of a conservation easement is a permanent act. It means that you forever have given up the right to develop that property. However, you can sell that property to anyone, but the new owner has to abide by the terms of that conservation easement as well. If one of the motivations for you, the landowner, is to reduce the property taxes on your property, then there are ways to do it other than to donate a conservation easement on it. The other ways involve temporary, sometimes 10-year programs, and in those cases, you put it into chapter, as we call it, and it gets a reduced assessment and therefore reduced taxes accordingly. If you're a landowner who wants to donate a piece of property outright, you just write a deed or have an attorney draw the deed up and you sign it, and it becomes the property of the land trust or whichever nonprofit group you might be working with. Donating a conservation easement is a more complex process. It involves drafting up a deed of conservation easement, and in that deed there have to be certain provisions in order to be qualified for a tax deduction according to IRS rules. But easements are pretty flexible documents. There's quite a bit of latitude with respect to what a landowner can and cannot do. So keep that in mind when you're thinking about conservation easement. Some land trusts might present you with a document that says, here, this is all we can do, it's all boilerplate, our board won't accept anything else. But if there's certain things that you would like to see in that easement, I would always push back a bit. If you, the landowner, are interested in donating a conservation easement on your property, there are some costs, out-of-pocket costs involved. One would be the cost of the appraisal. And because the appraisal is a two-step process, the conservation easement appraisal is more expensive than just getting a standard appraisal on your land. And it's a cost that the landowner has to bear. The nonprofit cannot be the one to obtain the appraisal. Those are IRS rules. Another cost in conveying a conservation easement might be the gift of an amount of money to the land trust's conservation easement and stewardship fund or monitoring fund, because when a land trust takes on a conservation easement, it takes on a permanent obligation to monitor that property from time to time to make sure that the landowner is abiding by the terms of the easement. Sometimes there's funding available for the purchase of land for conservation or the purchase of conservation easements. To determine whether or not there might be funding available, let's say you cannot afford to donate the land outright or donate the conservation easement, you should contact a land protection professional who might work for that local land trust or might work for a state agency. Various states do have funding programs. Some of them come from federal dollars through federal agencies. In January 2013, Congress reenacted the enhanced tax deduction provisions for donating conservation easements. The new law actually is an increase from 30% of adjusted gross income to 50%. And the carry-forward period was increased from 5 years to 15, which means that people of relatively low income on an annual basis can benefit much more from the new law. if you, the landowner, have made the decision to protect your property and don't know whether or not there's even a local land trust in the area where the land is situated, then you can go to the Land Trust Alliance website, the Land Trust Alliance being the National Trade Association for Land Trusts. Not all land trusts are members of the LTA. They don't necessarily pay annual dues to be members, but the fact that that land trust, non-dues paying land trust, exists is recognized by the LTA and would appear on its website. And the website is just lta.org. Thank you for listening. I hope that you make a decision to protect your property permanently for future generations. Here in the Northeast, a lot of our land is getting fragmented through multiple ownerships as it passes down through generations. Land trusts are working hard to prevent that from happening. As lands get fragmented, then wildlife habitats get broken up, and it becomes more difficult for society to obtain the wood products that we find so necessary in our daily lives. So again, I hope you make that decision to protect your land.
Okay, welcome to the March 4th Planning Board meeting. Danielle, would you read the roll?
Tim Doherty.
I am here.
Jim Bergeron.
Here.
Roger Montbleu.
Here.
Danielle Massey Quinn here. Joe Passamonte, absent. Bruce Palapka.
Here.
Charlene Takesian. Jay Bergeron, absent. Patty Colbert, absent. Hal Lyde.
Here.
Samuel Thomas is absent. John Spottiswoode.
Here.
Scott Sawtell.
Here.
Jen Beauregard is absent. So Carrie Zalonis. Carrie.
Carolikas. That's okay.
Thank you. Okay. I got to update that. Sorry about that. And Heidi Zagorski.
Here.
All right, John Spottiswoode, you're going to vote until Joe Passamonte comes, if he comes. All right. We're going to go right into the minutes. We have...
Would you like to pledge?
Pledge? Oh, yes, we get the pledge.
I'll lead that pledge, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Danielle. Okay, we have minutes of February 22nd. Does anybody have any alterations, additions, corrections?
I may have one, Mr. Chair. It's line 293, and it says Mr. Doherty's date specified the case. Do we have a motion on that? If someone motioned to date specify that, or do we need a motion on that? We do, right?
What line are we looking at?
293. It says Mr. Doherty
Doesn't
date
have any
specified.
mention of
Are you running?
a vote?
No.
When you have this on, you have to.
Off the top of my head, I'm not sure if that's one of the ones that came in the packet and they asked for that.
Yeah, I'm not sure either.
So it might be appropriate if you wanted to make a motion on that so that that would be official in case it was not part of the last packet.
Okay.
You
I'll
could
make
do
a
that.
motion to date specify case PL 2023-00036
As
to the
stated in the
April
minutes.
1st,
As
2024.
stated in the minutes, yeah? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. We have a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
Second that.
All right. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
I would also be aye. Opposed? Abstained? Okay, that would be a 7-0-0 vote. Is there anybody else that would like to comment on the minutes? If not, I'd entertain a motion that the minutes are approved as amended.
I'll make that motion, Mr. Chair.
Second. Okay, we have a motion and a second on the floor. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
I am also aye. Opposed? Abstained? Okay, that'd be a 7-0-0 vote. Minutes are approved as amended. Okay. If there's anybody here for the motion for reconsideration, that has been withdrawn. So we are going to move on to continued business case PL 2024-00009, which is MZL Realty, 10 Bridge Street. The applicant was requesting a site plan review to approve the location of the dumpsters, not shown on the original plan. Is there anybody here representing 10 Bridge Street? Okay, I do not see anybody saying that they are. What would the board like to do with this? Do we want to push this off to 2 meetings from now? Next meeting is master plan.
So the next meeting would be April 1st.
Then that would be the first one after the master plan. Okay.
Yeah, it'd be April 1st. 2024.
All right, somebody like to make a motion then?
I'll make that motion. The date specified at April 1st.
We have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second on the floor. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
I am also aye. Opposed? Abstained? Kerry, would you be able to notify the applicant of 10 Bridge Street that
Yes, I will.
they've been put off till April 1st? Okay. In that case, we're going to move on to no continued business, Triple Crown Homes. It's case PL 2024-00005, Canal Avenue. Seeking approval to consolidate 3 lots and re-subdivide into 10. Okay, we have somebody representing this. All right. And for the record, this is a continued business, so we don't need a butters on that. Could you introduce yourself and for our record and tell us what you have in front of us?
Sure. For the record, my name is Doug McGuire. I'm with the Dubé Group and here representing the applicant Triple Crown Homes LLC. We were back in front of you 2 weeks ago, and Mr. Keach was here at that time. We had just gotten his review letter and had an opportunity to update the plans, and I had given a copy of those updated plans to you guys at the last meeting, but obviously Mr. Keach had not had a chance to review that. In the 2 weeks, we got plans over to him, and he was able to complete a subsequent review and, knocked the vast majority of those comments off the list. I assume you have his letter from March 1st in your packets. And for the most part, those items are boilerplate items, obviously requirements for state permits, sureties. We don't disagree with his recommendation to remedy that title issue that he mentioned, and we wouldn't object to that being a condition of the potential approval. There were a couple additional housekeeping items, very minor, just some notations that he noted on our resubmittal, which we have no issue addressing and taking care of those, nothing that would cause any design changes. And I think the only item that really came out of our discussions at our last meeting was Mr. Bergeron brought up an issue with one of the septics on one of the lots, and I did adjust that one. Happy to share that if you'd like to see it, but it was kind of like what we talked about, essentially.
I'm okay with it.
Yeah, just moving it, just like we talked. So
I just wanted to catch Keach at something.
there you go. So that's it, but I think we're in a good position. Happy to answer any questions if there's any additional questions that the board members have.
Okay, thank you. Does anybody have any questions for, go ahead, Jim?
Doug, Mr. McGuire, what would you like to see from the board tonight?
Well, I think at this point, I think it would be appropriate to, do a conditional approval on the plan. Obviously, condition on your standard items. We still have some state permits that we need to get, but this would be a big step towards the applicant being able to, start moving forward with getting his bank financing and those type of items. So that would be our preference.
And when we discussed last time the 50-foot setback, I think you walked away, I think the board agreed that 50-foot setback or the 50-foot buffer didn't apply in this situation. Is that how I understood that we left that?
Yes, and the updated plans that I dropped off to Steve did reflect the elimination of that buffer. It's, obviously we still have the one where our drainage system is on that large lot in that area that is going to remain unaltered, but the other ones where could become an issue, we eliminated it.
That's all the questions I have, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Anybody else? I'm going to open this for public input. Are there any members of the public that would like to give us input on this development? It's off of Webster Ave, Canal Ave. Seeing and hearing no response, I'm going to close it for public input, bring it back to the board. We have a list of proposed conditions that Jen was nice enough to put together, or Carrie put this together, one of yours, but you supplied all the members with this? Does everybody have a copy of this, do you know?
No, I don't believe so.
All right, I have a list of conditions in front of me if the board were to consider giving a conditional approval. And number one is receipt of all state permits, including a New Hampshire DES subdivision approval, and B, a New Hampshire alteration of terrain permit, and approval numbers to be depicted on the recordable plan. 2, as shown on sheets 2, 4, and 6, a small portion of existing lot 12-99-4 situated immediately southeast of the intersection of Canal Avenue and Webster Avenue is identified as a portion of map 23-lot 12-99-4 found within the right-of-way per plan references number 3 and number 8. To remedy any potential title defect, the owner/applicant shall execute and record a quitclaim deed dedicating land within this apparent overlap to the town of Pelham as supplemental public right-of-way. Number 3, any easements to be depicted on the recordable plans as reviewed and found acceptable by town council at the applicant's expense and recorded on individual plot plans. Number 4, execution of a development agreement of form and content acceptable to the planning department consistent with RSA 674:36. The development agreement shall include a provision requiring the owner/applicant to furnish and maintain a performance guarantee in an amount and form acceptable to the planning department to serve as a financial surety for all full and final completion of all future public improvements specified on the final project's plans prior to the sale, conveyance of individual lots or the issuance of the building permits for the construction or structures to be situated thereon. Number 5, to provide escrow funds in an amount estimated by town engineer for costs associated with construction monitoring and inspection services. Number 6, applicable impact fees to be paid at the time of building permit issuance. Number 7, receipt of correspondence from the fire department acknowledging favorable review of final project plans. Number 8, written memorandum from Steve Keach indicating his satisfaction with final recordable plan, said having addressed all items identified in his most recent review letter dated March 1st, 2024. Were you given this list of conditions?
I wasn't, but listening to everything you said, no issue with any of those conditions.
Okay. All right. Danielle, could you take that into the record? Board members have any questions or comments on those conditions? Does anybody feel that the plan would be ready for the conditional approval with those conditions being applied?
I think that's a possibility, Mr. Chairman, if the rest of the board's in agreement.
Board members? Would anybody like to make a motion then that we do a conditional approval subject to those conditions?
I'll make that motion, Mr. Chairman.
We have a motion on the floor.
Second motion.
We have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
I am also aye. Opposed? Abstained? Okay, that is a 7-0 vote. You have your approval.
Thank you very much.
And you can pick up or have, Kerry, could you email him a copy of the conditions of approval?
Yes.
All right. Thank you, Doug.
Thank you.
And Joe, you're just in time. John, if you could step down and give Joe his seat.
Hey, Joe.
For the record, Joe Passamonte has joined the planning board. Joe, we are about to enter new business, which would be Marina Gomez and Kenneth and Linda Coppinger. It's case PL 2024-00 010. And do we have an abutters list, Danielle?
We do. Marina Comas, 2 Marie Ave, Pelham, New Hampshire. Kenneth and Linda Copinger, 4 Marie Ave, Pelham, New Hampshire. Stephen and Regina Mickle, 45 Nicholas Lane, Pelham, New Hampshire. Richard Lauren Sr., 18 Spalding Road, Hill Road, Pelham, New Hampshire. Gary and Valerie Labonte, 23 Spalding Hill Road, Pelham, New Hampshire. Anthony Sorizo, 29 Nicholas Lane, Pelham, New Hampshire. Shane and Paul Moran, 19 Nicholas Lane, Pelham, New Hampshire. Johnson and Karen Faison, 5 Marie Ave, Pelham, New Hampshire. Jeffrey and Tammy McLean, 7 Marie Ave, Pelham, New Hampshire. Brenda and Matthew Feeney, 48 Nicholas Lane, Pelham, New Hampshire. Justin and Lori White, 40 Nicholas Lane, Pelham, New Hampshire. Eric and Don Goslin, 3 Marie Ave, Pelham, New Hampshire. Vincent McConey, 6 Laven Drive, Pelham, New Hampshire. And Darko and Teresa Tomic, 1 Marie Drive, Pelham, New Hampshire. And that is it.
Okay, thank you. For the record, could you all introduce yourselves and tell us what we're looking at?
Hi, my name is Marina Comos, and I'm the owner of 2 Marie Ave, and we're here for the lot line adjustment.
Okay. And could the rest of you tell us who you are?
I'm her husband. I'm just here to for support.
Linda Coppinger, owner of 4 Marie Avenue.
Okay.
Kenneth Coppinger, owner of 4 Marie Avenue.
Okay, thank you. So we have a plan in front of us, and it's looking like a fairly simple setup. And I'd like to see if we can maybe get this on the camera for the people at home. Will that camera come down where I have this, or do I have to slide this forward more?
There you go. I think it should come down. See? There you go.
I may have to move this out of the way. All right. So we have corner of Marie and Nicholas, we have 2 lots. And can you see that on the screen? Is the land going from this lot to this one, or from this one to that one?
From the left lot to the right lot, or in that picture.
From this one here where my pen is?
Your land's going from 4 Marie.
It's going
to 2
from
Marie.
4 to 2.
So the other lot, yeah, that one.
So the one with the in-ground pool is
Getting
the land.
is getting a little land, and the one with the above-ground pool is giving up a little bit of land. Okay.
That's right.
Yeah.
All right, that's... Do any planning board members have questions for the applicants?
Well, we do have a memo from the planning director for waivers. Looks like we need 3 waivers. Yeah, no?
Oh, sorry, I'm
Yeah,
not
no,
sure.
it's okay.
Waivers from
the section 2023 minor subdivision wetland, I can never say that word.
Delineation.
Thank you. Section 2023 minor subdivision for erosion control, and then section 202-3 minor subdivisions 1 through 10 topography.
Okay. Do the board members have any questions as to those waivers? Jim?
Yeah, this is a simple lot line adjustment. I'm wondering, I know planning director's not here to answer it, but why do we need erosion control or topography?
Well, we don't, and that's why she's saying she wants to waive those.
Why are they there?
Sections of subdivision regulations.
I could probably understand wetland delineation if it was a major lot line change, but erosion control and topography for lot line changes? Would that maybe affect if this was a steep sloping lot, is that why it's required? Is it required? I guess my better question is it required?
It's the first time I've ever heard it, come on.
No, I've never heard of it.
Yeah, no, I don't think I've ever heard it before.
Thank you, Roger.
I'm not sure if she just erred on the side of caution where she wasn't going to be able to be here. She wasn't
It could be. Jen is very thorough.
She probably wanted to make sure she had everything covered.
Yeah, she's very thorough.
It is in the regulations. I think it's treated, lot line adjustments and subdivisions are kind of fall under the same section of the zoning, of the land use regulations. So, because it's in there, they're just asking to waive it because it's not really applicable.
Well, I know that we have to, we're supposed to vote separately on each waiver, so I would, I don't know if the board wants to discuss this, but I would just move this.
Accept each one separately, and then vote on each one separately. They're there, so.
Just so the board knows, I don't live too far from there. Their land is, I don't see anything that would prevent them from doing what they're doing.
Right.
So.
Thank you.
Now, these waivers are there because the lots are really nice, flat. They don't have wetland, they don't need erosion control, and they don't need topographic lines drawn.
Why would you need erosion
on a full
control?
set of plans.
That kind of miffed me because they're pretty flat, they're side by
It
side.
wouldn't matter if it's a mountain, you're just moving an imaginary line.
Yep.
I just think it's too like.
Okay, so if somebody would make motions individually to accept each of those for consideration.
Mr. Chairman, if I could, I'd like to make a motion to accept for consideration waiver request for section 202-3 minor subdivisions, letter C, 3, small a, 17, 18, wetland delineation.
Second that.
We have a motion and a second on the floor to accept for consideration. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
I'm also aye. Opposed? Abstained?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to accept for consideration the waiver, section 202-3, minor subdivision, C.3, A25, erosion control.
Second. Okay, we have a motion and a second on the floor. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
I am also aye. Opposed? Abstained?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to
Hang on a
accept.
second, Jim.
What?
Hang on just a second. That's also a 700 for the recording secretary. The first one was a 700. Okay, Jim, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to accept for consideration a waiver request for section 202-3 minor subdivision C, 3, small b, 1 through 10, topography.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second for consideration. All those in favor?
Aye.
I am also aye. Opposed? Abstained? That's a 700 vote. All waivers have been accepted for consideration. Would the board like to vote to approve those waivers?
Mr. Chairman, can we do all three, since we took them individually?
Prefer not to, because we don't want to get into that habit.
And believe it or not, Roger, Danielle and I attended a legal seminar, and they said that waivers are very important sometimes, in some cases, to do them one at a time. I mean, it was just suggested by New Hampshire Municipal Association attorneys.
Okay, let's try to make
Jim, you were so good at reading those. Want me to do that again for approval?
All right, so, Mr. Chairman,
Motion to approve.
well, I would like to make a motion to approve a waiver from section 202-3 minor subdivision, C.3, A, 17, 18, wetland delineation.
We have a motion on the floor and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I am also aye. Opposed? Abstained? That's a 700. That's been approved.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to approve a waiver for section 202-3 minor subdivision, C.3, small a, 25, erosion control.
Second.
We have a motion and a second on the floor to approve. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
I'm also aye. Anybody opposed? Abstained? Okay, that is a 700. It's been approved.
Mr. Chairman, I'd also like to make a motion to approve a waiver from section 202.3 minor subdivision, C.3B, 1 through 10, topography.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
I'm also aye. Opposed? Abstained? That is a 700. That waiver has also been approved. Further discussion on the lot line adjustment?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a a motion where this is such a simple lot line adjustment with no impediments. I'd like to make a motion that we approve the lot line adjustment.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second on the floor to approve the plan. All those in favor?
Aye.
I am also aye. Opposed? Abstained? That is a 7-0-0. You're approved.
Thank you. They're like, what just happened?
That's a lot of talk for that.
We'll just sit here and keep it quiet.
We're not doing the easiest of anybody has ever done.
Okay. Put this back over here. That takes care of most of the business that's in front of us as far as applications go. Do we have any updates of anything? Do you have something you wanted to read into
I do,
the
Mr.
record?
Chair. I have I would like to offer discussion with the board to see, the moratorium is going to be expiring on March 7th of this month, 3 days. So I would like to hear back from the board. I'd like to sit back in front of the Board of Selectmen and maybe extend it for one more year, where we have the well ordinance subcommittee working together on the new well ordinance. We're still trying to pull that together. And I do know that the water commission's working on certain items, so if I could ask the board for one more year on the extension of the moratorium. Other thoughts or discussion?
Yeah, discussion. Where are they at with the, what's that outside firm doing right now?
Weston and Sampson?
Yeah. Where are they at with their review or whatever they're doing? They're mapping? Are they mapping?
I don't think I can answer that question. That's going to be a question, I think, for probably Mr. Bear from the Water Commission.
Okay.
I do know they're involved. I
Yeah.
don't know the details.
Okay.
Unfortunately, we have a meeting Friday with them, the selectmen are meeting with them, and the Water Commission are meeting with the Weston and Sampson on Friday. So we won't know, I don't know what their plan is until Friday. I don't know if Kim and the Water Commission has the plan already. I can't answer that.
Okay, so just so that I understand, first thing we did was we got they got funding through a grant, correct?
That's correct.
For $65,000, was it 65? Yep. And then they got a second grant, am I correct? Or no?
I believe you're correct in that too, yes.
Okay, and that was to begin, I guess, mapping the town out or creating a plan for development of a water system or something like that, right? I'm not clear on that.
They are searching for water resources. So any wells that the town has, aquifers that the town has, I believe that's what they're mapping out.
Okay, and those two wells that they had at the, somebody asked me about that the other day, about those wells at the beginning of Sherburne Road on the left-hand side as you start up, that belong to the town now. Have they done anything with those wells?
Nothing has been done, all they're doing is mapping it out. And then, once they map it out and they figure out where we can get water, if we can get water, I think Sherburne Road is a priority, so they will probably be looking at those wells, but I can't answer that until Friday.
Okay, so we won't hear about that till next time? Or will we hear about it before, what's the next step then for the selectmen with that? So Friday you have a meeting, and then what happens after that?
I'll let you know Saturday.
If I could help Mr. Marple, Roger, can we get a date, Daniel? When does it expire?
March 7th. This and 3 more days.
Okay, so you want to see the selectmen tomorrow night?
Correct, yeah.
All right. I was trying to see if I could get you an answer on that, if that was if that was important to you.
No, it's really not. I'm just, it's really got, it's got all the land up there now constricted and kind of stamped with a water issue. So, so people that might be considering doing something up there are people that want to use their land. Like these people came in for lot line adjustment, but had they want to come in to build a home for their daughter or something, and they, are they going to be under the terms of the moratorium for a one-house subdivision? It doesn't have to be on Sherburne Road. It could be on Marie Ave. It could be on Slavin Drive. It could be anywhere that there's an open piece of land. And would that moratorium then preclude them from being able to use their property? I'm not looking for me at all. I'm just...
Those two properties that were just sitting in front of us are actually having an issue with their water currently at the time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Danielle, nothing's changing what we have written and what we've put down, it's all going to stay the same.
No changes, no.
changes.
As is, and there's
So if you
still
can
an
prove-
exemption to the rule.
If you can prove out the water, it's...
Absolutely, there's no
Yeah,
changes.
so none of that changes.
Exactly,
Okay.
yeah.
I would like to make sure that Mr. Montbleu, who's a longstanding member on this board, and it's the only one that's come under the effect of this so far, the only thing this tool does is allows us to ask a potential developer to prove out this water first so that he protects his own interests. I think your proposal up there is an exquisite example of a properly done application under the guidance of the moratorium. And if you felt it was not affecting you negatively in any way, I would hope that you might say that it's not a bad idea to continue it so that we get the well ordinance written, so that the private wells, not in your case, it's a community well, but a private well would just yield enough water to sustain a house.
Yeah. No, I don't have any problem with that at all. Again, you're tying up people's land, not, I'm not using myself as an example. I'm just saying everybody in those lots, lot 32, I forget all the different ones, but that are affected by it have to kind of stay in place until things happen with this moratorium, I suppose, So
all they do is you did, it just prove they have water.
Oh, yeah, okay, so that's not a problem.
There's an
Yeah.
exemption to it, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's a perfect example. I can't say enough that you've proven that it can be done and
Yeah, that's true.
demonstrate that you have a well yield.
Yeah.
I think that's the only thing these folks fear is the fact that somebody might come in and not do things correctly as far as well yields are concerned and then pass off the property. And it's too bad these folks just left because they had quite a story to tell about how they moved into a house thinking they could just throw another well in the ground and it would work. It didn't work for them. They had a good story to tell. Actually, one of them is part of the well ordinance committee.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. So we're trying to come up with some sort of formula that's going to be fair for everybody and not hurt single, small lot developments, especially. I don't want to put a burden on them. So,
yeah,
I would not want to put you on the spot, but I just want you to, I would like a unanimous blessing if we could to extend it for the reason of the well ordinance mostly.
Yeah, I do know the Water Commission is doing some items as well, and I know Mr. Beer will be presenting tomorrow as well.
I think the Water Commission, am I right, Charlene? The Water Commission is more or less on an infrastructure type basis, or they're looking for areas where we could have potential water supplies and also areas that we have no water. Is that what they're doing right now?
That's correct.
Thank you. Yeah.
Jim, with your explanation, I have no problem. You'll get a unanimous with me, it's fine.
Right, I just think this, when we go in front of the selectmen and they need to know that the planning board is trying to do their best for everyone, developers, property owners who haven't developed, and those that are in place already.
Yeah, makes sense.
That's all. We can't guarantee anything. We're just trying to do the best job.
Yep.
Is there?
Totally understand.
Any other comments, questions for Danielle or just in general?
I don't know if Danielle made it clear, but she's asked me to come to the selectmen's meeting with her, I think.
Yeah.
So what I'm going to ask you straight out for is that we get a consensus from everyone here that her and I can speak for this planning board, just as we spoke now, no more, but only that we would, the planning board would like the selectmen to vote to continue the moratorium for one more year for the purpose of the ordinance and the protection of the people who have yet to be. It actually does, I think, provide private property rights. At least it guarantees one thing is in place, an adequate water supply.
Right.
Okay, now what would the board like to do for, somebody want to make a motion, or do we want to just go around the room and get a consensus? What are we looking to do, Jim?
Well, I can't.
I think like we did last time, I would request a motion that we
Authorize you
that
and
we
I.
authorize, Jim and I to go in front of the Board of Selectmen to request a one-year extension on the moratorium.
Okay, so did you just make a motion?
I'll second that.
I think I did.
I'll second that motion.
Okay. Do we have a motion and a second on the floor then? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. I'm also
I
aye.
don't know if I can vote. Can I vote on this?
Sure.
I am the selectman that you're going to see.
Yeah, but you're a planning.
Well, you're gonna-
Right now, you're not a selectman, you're a planning board member.
Yeah, but you can vote, so you're a voting
They
member.
can come and talk to you.
You
about
just
it.
happen to be a selectman when we adjourn this meeting, but right now you're first and foremost a planning board
Then I
member.
vote aye.
You could like it tonight and dislike it tomorrow, too. But please don't.
I vote aye too. I don't like moratoriums of any sort, period. I've voiced that before, but I'm still voting aye.
This was pretty harmless. We actually adjusted this. Mr. Montbleu had some concerns about this one when we first had it, and we adjusted it and made it, we made it palatable for you to, you were upset, and we fixed it, and we fixed it fast, and it was to accommodate the reasonable side, the reasonableness side of it. Make it reasonable, make it, people can prove they have water. Go ahead, build.
Right.
It just helps everyone.
Right.
Yeah.
There's nothing hidden that way.
No.
It's all out front.
No, we're not stopping anyone.
Yep. Okay, so you have authorization with Jim to go in front of Charlene when she becomes a selectman again?
And thank you all. Thank you.
All right. I think that might do it from business and updates. Do we want to go into non-public? Would you like to make a motion?
Yeah,
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Bruce.
I'll make the motion going to non-public.
It has to be specific, so
Can have reasons.
if you don't have
All right, so I'll make,
specifics,
then I'll
Danielle
take
may-
that over. I'll make a motion to go into non-public under the 91A, right to know, section 321, for consideration of legal advice provided by legal counsel.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second on the floor. Danielle, will you do a roll call vote?
Can we put that up for discussion for just a second?
Absolutely.
Would you consider any part of this personnel matter? And that be a different section? Could you just add
Yeah, let
that?
me,
If you would like to add that, it would be section 91A32C, matters in which, if discussed in public, would likely affect adversely the reputation of any person other than a member of the public body itself.
Say, what's the reason for it?
Matters which, if discussed in public, would likely affect adversely the reputation of any person other than a member of the public body itself, which is what you're referring to.
That's a little far out there, but...
That is 2C. And I believe that is the one you're talking about.
All right, throw that one in there, 2C.
Okay, so
yep, so I'll amend my motion to also include 2C, 91A3, 2C.
I'll second that.
All right. Okay, so we have a motion and a second on the floor. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye. Or would you like a roll call, Mr. Chair?
Oh, that's right, I asked for a roll call and then it was changed, so it has to be a roll call vote.
That's okay, it's kind of getting late tonight, guys, right? No worries.
Yeah,
Roger Montbleu,
Yes.
Joe Passamonte,
Yes.
Danielle Massey Quinn, yes. Jim Bergeron,
Yes.
Shelling DeKejian,
Yes?
Bruce Belapka,
Yes.
Tim Doherty.
Yes. Okay, so this is the end of the meeting, and my statement shall be, when the board returns after the non-public session, the board will not take any other action publicly except to seal the minutes of the non-public session and to adjourn the meeting. We are now entering non-public session.